Chapter 151, The Pure and Spotless Snow Empress. Qian walked down the street and noticed quite a few shops selling clothes here. There were coats made of wild animal furs, as well as various formal dresses and gowns, making it even more bustling than Nuoding City. However, this was normal, as this was a gathering place for spirit masters and mercenaries, who belonged to the high-income, high-consumption demographic. Having just earned money from the frozen forest, could they resist spending some? "Snow Empress, how do you like this set?" Qian said, pointing to a pure white goose-down coat. The clothing store owner was about to come over and shower them with praise, but Qian waved him away, allowing the Snow Empress to choose for herself. Before the Snow Empress could speak, Ice Empress spoke first. "This is the one. I want an identical set too." Qian sighed. The Ice Empress really didn't know the meaning of courtesy. She probably thought the clothes were free, but fortunately, Qian was wealthy enough to support them. Qian put away the clothes, and the Ice Empress added, "I also want a set of clothes like your Supreme Pontiff wears." She recalled Bibi Dong's magnificent formal gown and didn't want to be outdone by that human, Bibi Dong, so she wanted to acquire 2 sets herself. Qian said helplessly, "They don't sell those kinds of clothes here. I'll pick out 2 formal dresses for you instead." Perhaps spirit beasts were like humans, not just the Ice Empress, but the Snow Empress too, could be attracted by beautiful things and enjoyed shopping. Qian could only splurge, teaching them the rules of the human world while simultaneously buying things for them. After shopping for a long time, Qian noticed that the Snow Empress was slowly starting to exhibit a touch of human vitality. The Snow Empress also grew fond of this feeling of being cherished, holding Qian's hand the entire time and refusing to let go. A hint of a smile occasionally appeared in her eyes, which made Qian's heart flutter. As night fell, Qian took the Snow Empress to a hotel, booked a room, and incidentally taught the 2 beasts how to behave like humans. "Snow Empress, this formal dress is quite complicated. Let me show you how to wear it," Qian said, closing the door. "Okay." The Snow Empress, without any guard up, spread her arms and allowed Qian to help her change. Qian had previously possessed Bibi Dong's body and learned how to wear various clothes, so this type of clothing was familiar territory for him. The Snow Empress's hair and body were flawless and white, seeming to glow. Perhaps because her eyes held no trace of lust, Qian couldn't bear to profane her at this moment and diligently helped her put on the clothes. If the Snow Empress were slightly younger, Qian might have felt like he was raising a daughter. "Snow Empress, you are truly beautiful," Qian exclaimed, looking at the Snow Empress after she had changed. The Snow Empress's beauty was unlike anyone else's. She was like a fairy untouched by the mortal world, both inside and out. "Snow Empress, sit on the bed, and I'll help you put on your shoes," Qian said, regaining his composure. The Snow Empress actually wanted to say she could put on shoes herself, but seeing Qian's earnest expression, she still sat on the bed. She also liked this feeling of being cared for. Qian lifted one of the Snow Empress's feet. Her foot was flawless, remaining spotless even after walking outside all day. It must have been because she used a layer of thin ice as a shoe, blocking the dust on the ground. Qian stared at the Snow Empress's jade foot, feeling somewhat entranced. Her jade foot truly resembled mudden fat white jade, and her toes were like individual pearls, seemingly emitting a faint luminescence. This pair of jade feet was so perfect it seemed unreal. The only drawback was that when held, they felt a bit lacking in warmth, slightly too cold, which was related to the Snow Empress's origins. If she were to transform into human form, this wouldn't be the case. "Qian, why are you staring at the Snow Empress's feet?" Perhaps Qian staring for a few extra seconds caught the Ice Empress's attention. Qian snapped out of it and replied, "It seems you completely don't understand." The Ice Empress simply liked the Snow Empress and enjoyed being with her in a pure way. Her heart wasn't as dirty as Qian's. "Understand what?" the Ice Empress asked. "You'll understand later," Qian said. The Ice Empress found this slightly baffling, watching Qian slowly help the Snow Empress put on her shoes. Afterward, Qian helped the Snow Empress change into several more outfits, only stopping after teaching her how to wear and match each one. "I want you to help me change too." the Ice Empress said. Qian was stunned. Why did he feel like the Ice Empress was a little jealous? Ice Empress, your clothes are the same as the Snow Empress's. I just demonstrated everything, so you should know how to wear them yourself now, right? I don't care, I want you to help me wear them once. The Ice Empress insisted. Qian sighed, thinking that no wonder the Ice Empress couldn't win the Snow Empress's affection. The Snow Empress desired care, which the Ice Empress couldn't provide. The Snow Empress was like a child craving love, and the Ice Empress wasn't much more mature. He had no choice but to help the Ice Empress try on all the clothes again. The Snow Empress sat on the bed, watching Qian change outfits one after another, a hint of happiness in her eyes. After all the changes were complete, Qian finally changed into a set of pajamas and climbed into bed, ready to sleep. Snow Empress, since we've come to the human world, how about we live like humans for a while? Qian asked. The Snow Empress thought about the day's experiences, felt that this might not be bad, and nodded, saying, okay. All right, then, let's change into pajamas and go to sleep. Qian said. The Snow Empress nodded, then spread her arms, signaling for Qian to help her change. Qian was about to tell her to dress herself, but seeing the look of pure anticipation in her eyes, he forcefully stopped himself. He felt that interacting with the Snow Empress was like looking after a grown child. Qian reluctantly helped the Snow Empress change. Just then, a sound of a shaking bed came from the next room. Before long, a sound that was half crying and half like a cat's meow rang out. The Snow Empress looked at the wall in confusion. Ice Empress, are the humans next door fighting? That sounds terrible, the Snow Empress asked curiously. Qian felt awkward, the soundproofing in this hotel seemed poor. Snow Empress, they are not fighting, Qian explained. Not fighting? Then what are they doing? Let me see, the Snow Empress asked. Don't look. Qian stopped her. The Snow Empress was a naturally born ice and snow spirit, the only one on the Douluo planet, truly pure and spotless. Qian didn't want her to be corrupted so quickly. The Snow Empress was obedient, so she didn't try to peek. But just then, the Ice Empress asked again, Qian, I want to know too. Can you tell me? As for this big scorpion, Qian didn't care and directly told her that the humans next door were mating. Oh, what's the point of that? The Ice Empress immediately lost interest. After all, she was only a spirit beast. Qian's heart, however, was in turmoil. Looking at the Snow Empress's smooth body, he felt his mind wandering. However, since he was using the Ice Empress's body, he couldn't do anything, so he could only help the Snow Empress put on her clothes, and they slept embracing each other. Before leaving, Qian explained a few things to the Ice Empress. Qian asked her and the Snow Empress to first adapt to life in the human world in this small town, and they would set off again after he returned. This place was near the frozen forest, so if they encountered danger or couldn't adapt, they could directly return to the northern lands. Got it, hurry up and go. The Ice Empress urged, already impatient to hug the Snow Empress and sleep. Qian sighed and left the Ice Empress's body. The Ice Empress immediately tightened her arms and snuggled into the Snow Empress's embrace. But the Snow Empress suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the Ice Empress in her arms, wondering what she was thinking. Chapter 152, Snow Empress's Changes, Tang San's Discovery. Although the Snow Empress's heart was very lonely, conversely, her perception in this regard was very keen. How could she not sense the Ice Empress's changes just now? The Ice Empress, possessed by Qian, would care for her and tolerate her in every way, but the current Ice Empress was different. It was like when they slept together, the Ice Empress possessed by Qian just now would hug her to sleep, but the current Ice Empress would burrow into her arms to sleep. Or rather, the Ice Empress possessed by Qian was letting her depend, while the current Ice Empress wanted to depend on her. The Snow Empress had already noticed this subconscious change. As a spirit beast that grew up in the extreme Northland, it was normal for the Ice Empress to develop dependence and reverence for her, the embodiment of ice and snow. What made the Snow Empress feel abnormal was the Ice Empress who had been possessed by Qian these past few days. What exactly caused the Ice Empress to undergo such a change? Is it that 990,000-year-old Tianmeng ice silkworm? Or did she encounter something in the human world? The Snow Empress analyzed. As a 690,000-year-old spirit beast, she knew how strong vicious beast's vitality was, let alone the Tianmeng ice silkworm, whose cultivation level was even higher than hers. Therefore, the Snow Empress was skeptical about the Ice Empress killing the Tianmeng ice silkworm. However, the Ice Empress said that humans were involved and took a share, so perhaps killing the Tianmeng ice silkworm could be achieved. If it's not the Tianmeng ice silkworm at fault, then was it human manipulation? No matter who you are, if you dare to harm the Ice Empress, I will not stand idly by. Never mind, I'll ask the Ice Empress tomorrow. The Snow Empress thought. In the past, unless humans or other vicious beasts attacked the extreme Northland, she would not have cared about the Ice Empress. Even if the Ice Empress was killed in human territory, she wouldn't have much of a reaction, at most feeling regret. But after spending these past few days together, she had grown to care about the Ice Empress a little. The Snow Empress felt that having an Ice Empress who liked to cling and stick to her wasn't so bad. Clear Sky Sect, Tang Xiao's residence. Although Tang San had decided to go to Shrek Academy with Yu Shaogang to find a way to participate in the Spirit Master tournament. Before leaving Heaven Do City, he still returned to the Clear Sky Sect and greeted the sect master. Tang Xiao, as his elder aunt, had a very good impression in Tang San's heart. Little San, since you've made your decision, I won't interfere. But you must remember, the Clear Sky Sect is your eternal home. Remember to return once you break through level 40. Regardless of whether you complete the Elders' requirements, I will pass on a portion of the Clear Sky Hammer cultivation method to you. Tang San was greatly moved by Tang Xiao's words, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times. Thank you, Elder Aunt. Tang Xiao sighed and said, since you're going on a long journey, go see your elder aunt. Ah, Tang San didn't react, not knowing why Tang Xiao wanted him to see his elder aunt. Tang Xiao didn't explain, waved his hand, and went to guide the sect disciples in their cultivate. Tang San had no choice but to follow Tang Xiao's arrangement, came to the inner room, and knocked on his elder aunt's door. The door isn't locked, come in. A relatively amiable voice came from inside. Tang San pushed open the door and saw a woman in black, sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat, finishing her cultivate, and opening her eyes to look at him. Their gazes met, and for some reason, Tang San felt a great sense of intimacy from this woman. Nephew Tang San respectfully greets elder aunt. Tang San bowed respectfully. The woman in black then snapped back to reality. Hearing Tang San's address, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. However, she still beckoned, good child, come quickly, come to me. Yes. Tang San stepped forward as instructed. The woman in black waved her hand, and a black-blue-silver grass appeared, closing the door. The room became dim, and although it wouldn't affect Tang San's vision, he felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness came from the blue-silver grass spirit just now. He felt a trace of closeness from the blue-silver grass just now, but what he felt more was a sense of suppression. He felt as if he was facing the mysterious person he met today, the difference being that the woman in front of him had higher spirit power. Little San, what are you thinking? The woman asked. The woman in black looked at Tang San in front of her, as if she saw the spirited Tang Hao from more than 10 years ago. It was a pity that for her teacher, he had dragged the Clear Sky Sect down to its current state. However, she didn't regret it, because she had gained many benefits from that catastrophe. And now she had successfully become the sect master's wife as she wished. It didn't matter who was the sect master, she just wanted to be the sect master's wife. Elder aunt, is your spirit also blue-silver grass? Tang San chose to trust his intuition and asked his question. The woman said, that's right, my spirit is also blue-silver grass. If you have any problems with your cultivate in the future, you can come and ask me. Tang San had a question now and quickly asked about what happened today. Elder aunt, I met a spirit master today whose spirit was also blue-silver grass. But I don't know why my blue-silver grass couldn't exert its strength at all in front of his spirit, it was suppressed everywhere. What? The woman was startled and asked Tang San to describe that person's spirit. Tang San told the woman what he had seen, and the woman suddenly stood up, thinking to herself, it's teacher, she's back. She initially thought that Tang San had encountered a blue-silver king martial soul like her. But she could now assert that that person's spirit was the blue-silver emperor. And she knew through spirit inheritance that it was impossible for two blue-silver emperors to appear on one continent. So, the suddenly appearing blue-silver emperor spirit master must be teacher. What's there to be afraid of? My spirit power is higher than teacher's now. She couldn't even keep little San, so she probably hasn't made much progress these years. And if that person is really teacher in disguise, then I can just ask teacher for help, offer her spirit ring and spirit bone, so I can go even further. Thinking this, Bai Yan said to Tang San, "Little San, that person's spirit is not blue-silver grass." "Not blue-silver grass. What is it then?" Tang San asked. Bai Yan said, "Her spirit is the emperor among blue-silver grass, called the blue-silver emperor. That's why your spirit was suppressed. And your blue-silver grass is just the most common blue-silver grass on the continent, difficult to cultivate, and called a waste spirit waste spirit." Tang San suddenly understood the truth, but he wasn't discouraged, because he still had the clear sky hammer. Thinking of this, his desire to return to the clear sky sect grew even more urgent. However, he still asked, unwilling to give up, "Elder Aunt, is there any way to overcome this problem?" Bai Yan shook her head and said, "This is determined by the innate quality of the spirit, and it's extremely difficult to make up for it later. However, if your spirit power far exceeds hers, you won't need to fear her." Tang San was a little disappointed, but then Bai Yan added a few more sentences. "However, there can only be one such emperor spirit in the entire continent. If you encounter her in the future, notify me immediately. At that time, we'll kill her, and I might have a way to help you improve your spirit quality. You don't need to be disheartened, I can also teach you a method to improve your spirit power." Tang San's eyes lit up, and he looked at Bai Yan expectantly. Chapter 153, Fallen One. Tang San goes online, Snow Empress's tacit understanding. Bai Yan revealed her mutated blue-silver king. This was a blue-silver grass that was entirely black, with blood-red patterns on its stems and leaves, looking extremely sinister. Tang San was startled, but he still used his blue-silver grass spirit as instructed. "Little San, your blue-silver grass spirit is the same as mine, but you haven't utilized it well. Come, feel it properly." Bai Yan transferred her spirit power aura to Tang San. She hadn't learned how to help others awaken the blue-silver king martial soul, but she could help Tang San draw out the original aura of his spirit. Tang San suddenly felt a cold, sinister aura being stimulated within his spirit. The man-faced demon spider spirit ring he had absorbed now seemed to be even more compatible with his spirit. The man-faced demon spider is an extremely bloodthirsty spirit beast, preying on other spirit beasts in the forest for food, and can grow by devouring other spirit beasts. Being compatible with the attributes of such a spirit beast indicated that his spirit also had similar characteristics. For a moment, his body and spirit suddenly felt a sense of hunger, wanting to consume something. Bai Yan contentedly withdrew her spirit, looking at Tang San with satisfaction. She wanted the clear sky sect to have a few more fallen ones, like her, which would make her feel safer. In the future, whether her son with Tang Xiao, Tang Wu, or her son with Tang Hao, Tang San, took power, she would be the Empress Dowager of the Clear Sky sect. "Did you feel the change?" Bai Yan asked. Tang San nodded, but felt a little uneasy. "Elder Aunt, I don't feel so good." "Don't be afraid. You can use your blue-silver grass spirit to devour other spirit masters to strengthen yourself in the future. If your spirit power becomes unstable because of this, just use your clear sky hammer spirit to forge it, and no one will be able to tell." Bai Yan shared her experience with Tang San. It was because she didn't have the clear sky hammer spirit that she was stuck at her current bottleneck, unable to advance further. Otherwise, she should already be a titled Douluo by now. Thinking of this, Bai Yan felt even more eager for her blue-silver emperor teacher. "Teacher's spirit rings and spirit bones should help me break through the bottleneck, right?" Bai Yan thought eagerly, even wanting to leave the Clear Sky sect to venture out. Tang San still couldn't bear to say, "Elder Aunt, if I'm discovered, won't I be hunted by Spirit Hall?" HMPH, Spirit Hall just loves to meddle. Even if we do nothing, Spirit Hall will still hunt us down. Don't be afraid. If you're hunted, hide in Slaughter City. That's the place for you to cultivate, you can gain great benefits there, Bai Yan said. She had cultivated in Slaughter City, but she wasn't qualified to obtain the Slaughter God domain and could only leave by being led out by a Slaughter God. Tang San felt much more at ease hearing that Bai Yan had a solution. Moreover, his younger cousin, at such a young age, already had such high spirit power, which must have been achieved through this method of cultivation. Since even the sect master's son cultivated this way, what did he have to fear? Elder aunt, thank you. Tang San said gratefully. He was currently worried about his slow spirit power increase, and now he had found this cultivation method. Good child, don't thank me, this is all what I should do. Bai Yan said with emotion. Although she had suffered a lot because of Tang San and therefore didn't favor him, he was still her flesh and blood. The two chatted in the room for a long time before Bai Yan let her, nephew, leave. Ice Empress slept soundly. Falling asleep in Snow Empress's arms was truly the life she had dreamed of. When she opened her eyes, she found Snow Empress looking at her calmly, which made her feel a little guilty. Snow Empress, why are you looking at me? Ice Empress asked. Snow Empress didn't understand subtleties and asked directly, do you remember what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? Ice Empress's heart skipped a beat. Had her letting Qian proxy her been discovered, or had Qian offended Snow Empress somewhere? She asked nervously, what happened yesterday? You don't remember anything at all. About us going shopping together. Snow Empress grew suspicious. If that were the case, then the person who accompanied her yesterday wasn't Ice Empress. She had to be cautious about such matters. This was the human world. She and Ice Empress, working together, feared no human spirit master. But if Ice Empress had changed and suddenly betrayed her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh, I remember, of course, I remember. Ice Empress recounted yesterday's experience to Snow Empress. Seeing Snow Empress's powerful aura slowly calm down, Ice Empress finally breathed a sigh of relief. Snow Empress saw that Ice Empress was still the same Ice Empress as before, and she remembered everything from yesterday, which meant Ice Empress should not be in danger. Even if a human or Tianming ice silkworm had tampered with Ice Empress, it shouldn't harm her. Otherwise, the hidden manipulator wouldn't have needed Ice Empress to know what she had done. Snow Empress was still uneasy and decided to live here for a while longer to carefully observe Ice Empress, to prevent any accidents. Ice Empress didn't care, as long as Snow Empress was there, she could be anywhere. However, she felt that today's Snow Empress was not as easy to get along with as yesterday, so she transformed back into her scorpion form. Qian's luck is really good. When it's his turn, I feel Snow Empress is much easier to approach. Ice Empress thought. Snow Empress, I can't maintain my human form anymore. You carry me today. Here's this ring for you. Ice Empress shrunk her body, turning into a palm-sized little scorpion, and jumped onto Snow Empress's shoulder. This way, she could be close to Snow Empress and not have to maintain her human form, killing two birds with one stone. The little scorpion that Ice Empress transformed into was like a work of art carved from jade and diamonds, exquisite and lifelike, like an ornament on Snow Empress's shoulder. Snow Empress didn't say anything and took Ice Empress out for a couple of strolls. But without Qian possessing Ice Empress to accompany her, she always felt that the mundane world was just so she returned to the inn. A few days later, Qian possessed Ice Empress again. He found himself nestled in a woman's arms. This woman felt cool, but the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion loved this feeling. Qian was using Ice Empress's body, so he naturally also liked the scent of Snow Empress. Leaning in Snow Empress's arms, Qian instinctively snuggled closer, pressing even tighter against Snow Empress. However, Qian still preferred to hold Snow Empress in his arms. After soaking up Snow Empress's scent, Qian embraced her. As soon as he got out of the covers, he saw Snow Empress open her eyes in his arms, looking at him quietly with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Snow Empress, did I wake you? Qian asked. Snow Empress felt it was that kind of gaze. She realized that today's Ice Empress was different from yesterday's Ice Empress. No, Snow Empress didn't expose Qi, snuggled into his arms, and found a comfortable position to sleep. Qi smiled, comforting Snow Empress's body, and accompanied her to sleep. Chapter 155, The Fastest Completed Mission. Qi consciousness had not long returned to his main body when he suddenly received a system notification. Open black lens bracket current mission, changing the fate of the Ice Empress, completed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket final reward, soul core condensation method has been issued, close black lens bracket. That fast. Qi sat up, and Yin, who was beside him, was startled awake by his movement. He had only performed possession on the Ice Empress a few times, and the mission was already complete. Even counting the time the Ice Empress was asleep, it had only been half a year. The mission was completed just like that. What happened between the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress just now? Qi was curious. Now that he had completed the mission, he could possess the Ice Empress at any time, but he suppressed his curiosity and decided to check in a few days. Qi, what's wrong? Yin asked. Qi was accompanying Yin in the forest today. Although Yin had now entered maturity, she was no different from a human. However, the environment of the blue-silver forest was still the most suitable for her to cultivate, so she remained there to cultivate. I remembered a cultivation secret technique, would you like to try it? Qi asked. Yin currently had the cultivation level of a spirit saint. As long as her mental force and spirit power quality met the requirements, she could actually condense a soul core. Secret technique. Okay, I'll try it. Yin's eyes lit up. A secret technique that Qi would mention in the middle of the night should not be simple. Qi passed the secret technique to Yin, letting her attempt to condense a soul core. Don't force it, or you might suffer a spirit power backlash. Qi warned. Yin shook her head and said, you know my ability, I'm not afraid of backlash. Condensing a soul core is a qualitative change in the state of spirit power. Yin's spirit power could certainly meet the requirements, the key lay in her mental force. Qi mental force was close to meeting the requirements for condensing the first soul core. His spirit power had recently broken through again, reaching rank 59, but he still had a way to go before condensing a soul core. Therefore, he could not provide experience regarding this soul core condensing method, he could only let those around him figure it out themselves. Yin skimmed through the soul core condensing method and frowned her beautiful eyebrows. She sighed and said, if I had obtained this secret technique before transformation, perhaps I wouldn't have needed to take human form. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, if she condensed a soul core, she would have a certain degree of confidence in surviving the first heavenly tribulation. What? Is being in human form not good? Qi embraced Yin's fair body. Yin's breath hitched. Yes, if I hadn't transformed, when I met you, it might have been the time for you to take my spirit ring. Blue-silver grass is extremely difficult to cultivate, but she believed that Qi would definitely be able to cultivate to rank 90. And what spirit ring could be more suitable for blue-silver grass than that of a blue-silver emperor spirit beast? Feeling Yin's emotion, Qi quickly said, Yin, don't condense the soul core yet. I'll let a titled Douluo try it first. That way, we can use their experience and won't have to bear too much risk. Yin nodded. Her original origin had been sealed when she transformed, so she did not yet meet the requirements. Okay. Yin felt Qi appeal and responded passionately, this was her revenge as a spirit beast against a human. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong's residence. Is this the method for condensing a soul core that you mentioned? Bibi Dong asked curiously. That's right. Qi nodded. To show his sincerity, he had come in his true body. Bibi Dong put away the secret technique and asked, was this given to you by that scorpion spirit beast from the extreme north land? She scanned Qi body up and down, speaking sarcastically, your charm is truly immense, since even a spirit beast can fall for you. Bibi Dong knew that the soul core condensing method was very precious, at the very least, humanity had not yet researched it. Something similar to a soul core did exist in spirit beasts. For example, the inner elixir of the 10-headed fierce young serpent, and the pearls inside the heads of some 100,000-year sea spirit beasts, these were all similar, Bibi Dong had encountered them. The fact that Qian could produce it was likely because that spirit beast had been conquered by him, which made Bibi Dong feel a little sour inside. It was one thing to provoke a few humans, but he even provoked a spirit beast. It seemed she needed to pass the god trial quickly and then ascend, taking Qian with her. At that time, they would be separated from the human world, and Qian would belong only to her. Donger, you misunderstood. The body of a spirit beast is different from ours. Look, this secret technique was written based on the human body. Bibi Dong thought about it. It seemed that the secret technique really wasn't specifically for spirit beasts to cultivate, but rather a general method. Oh really? You even know that the body of a spirit beast is different from a human's? Hurry up and tell me, how far have you gone with that spirit beast? Bibi Dong felt helpless, like an incompetent wife watching Qian chase after women. Yet, Qian was doing this for the sake of her path of cultivation. For example, he shared the soul core condensing method immediately. So she only felt a pang of jealousy in her heart, but not much anger. Qian seemed to smell an overwhelming sour scent, knowing that Bibi Dong was jealous. If he didn't help her relieve it, she would probably be affected by the Rakshasa god's divine force again. Donger, what nonsense are you talking about? That scorpion hasn't transformed, how could anything happen between us? Qian said. However, by possessing the Ice Empress, he knew her body inside and out. When she took human form, she was not much different from a human. Apart from having some tattoos and different hair, she was no different from a human. And the Snow Empress, who was naturally in human form, was also no different from a human appearance. He just didn't know if their senses were different from humans, and Qian hadn't found a chance to try. Bibi Dong recalled the scorpion's human appearance. Her looks were almost comparable to her own, and she carried a hint of primal wildness. She didn't believe Qian wasn't tempted. As soon as she thought of this, decadent evil thoughts constantly surged in her mind, demanding release. Come, follow me into the secret room. Bibi Dong pulled Qian and brought him to the secret room where she cultivated. This secret room could isolate outside prying eyes. It was built by Bibi Dong to prevent the angel Douluo from detecting her decadent aura. Inside, Qian could be said to be calling out to heaven without response, and calling out to earth without effect. Fearing Bibi Dong was truly angry, and not daring to leave easily. A few days later, Qian returned to Star Luo City. He possessed the Ice Empress again, but since the mission was complete, this possession required the Ice Empress's consent. Did his skill fail? Or is this a deliberate trick? The Ice Empress was slightly confused, but she still agreed to Qian's possession. Qian possessed the Ice Empress. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized they were still in Farno City, staying at the hotel he had booked for them. He was still lying on the Snow Empress. Somehow, Qian suddenly recalled his conversation with Bibi Dong over the past few days. What exactly was the difference between the Ice Empress's human form and the Snow Empress's body compared to a human's? Chapter 156, The Ice Empress's Small Thoughts. Qian's slight movement woke the Snow Empress. At her level of cultivation, even the slightest disturbance would catch her attention. Or rather, she didn't need to sleep at all right now. The Snow Empress opened her eyes and saw Qian, who was stirring restlessly. Seeing the Snow Empress's cold, clear gaze, Qian immediately gave up any ideas he might have had. Snow Empress, did I wake you? Qian asked. The Snow Empress stared at Qian for a moment before shaking her head, but the Ice Empress's soul inside Qian's mind was secretly laughing. Ice Empress, what are you laughing at? Qian asked. The Ice Empress did not answer Qian. She was secretly laughing because she had seen Qian get embarrassed. 2 days ago, her relationship with the Snow Empress had advanced, and they had agreed to address each other as sisters. This guy, calling elder sister Snow Empress that way, he probably doesn't realize he's already exposed himself, right? I wonder what elder sister Snow Empress will do to him. The Ice Empress thought to herself. But to the Ice Empress's surprise, the Snow Empress didn't do anything to Qian. Instead, she opened her arms to him. Qian naturally embraced the Snow Empress and gently coaxed her back to sleep. Damn it. The Ice Empress couldn't bear to watch. As a spirit beast, she naturally possessed a sense of possessiveness. Although Qian was using her body to cuddle with the Snow Empress, she still felt a little sour inside. In the future, I'll only let this guy control the body when I can't maintain my human form. The Ice Empress thought. She hadn't undergone the spirit beast transformation. Although her high cultivation level allowed her to transform into a human, she couldn't maintain it for too long. Currently, she could only maintain her human form for a few days. After that time elapsed, she would have to revert to the appearance of the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. Being able to do this was already extremely impressive. The kings of spirit beasts in the Star Doe Great Forest, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, couldn't even transform into human form. The Sea God's Mount, the Devil Spirit Great White Shark, retained very obvious non-human characteristics in its transformed human appearance and could only maintain it for one day ashore. As for the Ice Empress, aside from some jade-scale demonic markings resembling tattoos, she was virtually indistinguishable from a human. Seeing Qian holding the Snow Empress, the Ice Empress didn't want him to sleep comfortably, so she began bothering him. Qian, where exactly is that ice eye you mentioned to the Snow Empress? The Ice Empress asked. Why are you asking about that? Qian was confused. The Ice Empress said, when you aren't around, the Snow Empress and I can't travel. If we knew where that ice eye was, I could take the Snow Empress there myself when you're gone. If we always have to wait for you before we can travel, the Snow Empress will become suspicious of us. The Ice Empress's explanation was logical and well-founded, but she had no idea that Qian had already completed his mission, so it didn't matter if the Snow Empress found out. However, Qian didn't hide anything and directly said, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well is in the center of the Sunset Forest. There is a Spirit Hall medicinal garden there, and spirit masters from the Spirit Hall might be stationed to guard it. If you encounter spirit masters from the Spirit Hall when you go, absolutely do not harm them casually, or it will be troublesome if you attract true powerhouses. The Spirit Hall has 2 level 99 titled Douluo and 6 enshriners at level 96 or above. You probably aren't their match. The sacred pillar Douluo of Sea God Island cannot leave Sea God Island without a divine decree. But the enshriners of the Spirit Hall are different, they can roam freely, and can even visit Sea God Island. This might be related to the Angel God. It is rumored that the Angel God may have reincarnated as Qian Runshui, which is why there are fewer restrictions on the Spirit Hall enshriners. I understand, the Ice Empress said excitedly. She had long planned to first trick Qian into revealing the location of that Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, and then secretly go investigate it herself. If there truly was danger, she could make preparations in advance. It would be hard to say who would ambush whom then. As the king of spirit beasts of the extreme north land, she also had subordinates. She could still command some 100,000-year spirit beasts from the extreme north land. The Ice Empress hadn't expected Qian to confess so easily. Did he not consider ambushing me and elder sister Snow Empress? The Ice Empress wondered. Nevertheless, for the Snow Empress's safety, she decided to go investigate first herself. Ice Empress, I have a secret technique to pass on to you. It might be useful for you when overcoming your 400,000-year heavenly tribulation. Seeing the Ice Empress so energetic, Qian decided to teach her the soul core condensing method as well. Although the Snow Empress knew the method for condensing a soul core and would attempt to condense a second soul core 10,000 years later, she might have passed it on to the Ice Empress. But his soul core condensing method was given by the system, so it should be more comprehensive and perfect. Even if it was different from the Snow Empress's method, they could verify each other's methods, perfect the technique, and accumulate experience in condensing a soul core. What secret technique are you talking about? The Ice Empress thought she had misheard. This human was actually going to teach her a cultivation method. Qian continued, the soul core condensing method. Never mind, I'll tell both of you when the Snow Empress wakes up. He looked inward and realized that the Ice Empress had not condensed a soul core. Her path of cultivation might be slightly different from the Snow Empress's. No way, I want to hear it now. Elder sister Snow Empress doesn't need to sleep, hurry up and wake her, the Ice Empress said. Qian ignored her. hugging the soft and cool Snow Empress, Shang, and continued sleeping. The Snow Empress couldn't hear the Ice Empress's voice. She enjoyed Qi Tian's embrace and slept soundly. The Ice Empress kept bothering Qi Tian, but Qi Tian didn't pay any attention to her anymore. Over the past few days, he had been subjected to Bibi Dong's retaliatory torment. As a level 99 titled Douluo, Bibi Dong's physical strength was undeniable. Although Qi Tian's body was fine, he was mentally exhausted, and he slept until the sun was high in the sky the next day. In the morning, the Snow Empress saw that Ice Empress hadn't woken up and thought something had happened to the Ice Empress. "Binger, wake up." The Snow Empress gently pushed the Ice Empress's body. Qi Tian woke up with a start, looked at the Snow Empress's exquisite face so close to him, and inwardly praised her beauty. "Snow Empress, what's wrong?" Qi Tian asked, confused. The Snow Empress secretly let out a sigh of relief. She had thought something had happened to the Ice Empress, but it seemed the Ice Empress had just slept in a little longer. Seeing the relief in the Snow Empress's eyes, Qi Tian knew she had been worried about the Ice Empress. It made sense. What 400,000-year spirit beast would sleep so soundly in a strange place? The Snow Empress caring about the Ice Empress meant she seemed to be gaining more human characteristics, Qi Tian thought. Just then, the Ice Empress started urging Qi Tian again, asking him to pass on the method. "Snow Empress, I obtained a method for condensing a soul core. Do you want to learn it?" Qi Tian asked. The Snow Empress was stunned. She was preparing to condense her second soul core, and Qi Tian actually had such a valuable method. This human seemed quite decent. The Snow Empress felt Qi Tian's goodwill and concern, and she nodded. "All right, I'll narrate it to you. You can also tell me your experience, as I haven't condensed a soul core yet," Qi Tian said. The Snow Empress nodded and quietly listened as Qi Tian explained the method. Qi Tian was not secretive, he never cultivated any of the cultivation techniques he obtained alone. In his view, passing cultivation techniques on to others would not affect his own cultivation. Moreover, with his ability to protect himself, he wasn't afraid of being betrayed by others. Chapter 157, Exposure. The Snow Empress already possessed a soul core, allowing her to roughly discern the authenticity of the cultivation technique described by Qi Tian. Listening to the method Qi Tian verbally described, her understanding of condensing a second soul core deepened significantly. Only then did the Snow Empress realize that if she rashly attempted to condense a second soul core, there was a high probability of failure. If that happened, the spirit power backlash would harm her origin, and she wouldn't even be able to save her life, let alone break through the 700,000-year bottleneck and face the seventh heavenly tribulation. Must I choose to shapeshift to avoid the seventh heavenly tribulation? The Snow Empress wondered. She looked at Qi Tian, feeling a hint of gratitude rise in her heart toward him. If Qi Tian hadn't passed on his secret technique to her, she might have suffered a great setback in the future. This human might genuinely harbor no ill will toward her. If she chose to shapeshift, perhaps she could seek refuge by his side. Shapeshifting spirit beasts need to absorb human aura to cultivate. However, when cultivating by absorbing the human aura while interacting with humans, encountering a spirit master above the spirit Douluo rank would put her in danger. If she had the protection of a powerful individual, her cultivation, even after shapeshifting, would proceed smoothly. Qi Tian might be the human who could protect her. However, as the dominator of the extreme North Land, the Snow Empress could not simply abandon the path of spirit beast cultivation. Cultivating in human form was merely a fleeting thought. Since the conditions for condensing a second soul core were not currently met, she should seek out an opportunity to make it possible. Will that ice and fire yin-yang well hold such an opportunity? The Snow Empress wondered. After a while, Qi Tian finished explaining the methods for condensing several types of soul cores and noticed the Snow Empress was staring at him intently. "Snow Empress, what's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Qi Tian asked. The Snow Empress shook her head and, as promised, shared her own experience with Qi Tian and Bing Di. After finishing, the two continued their leisurely journey, heading toward Heaven Do City. A day passed just like that. Late at night, Qi Tian remained cautious and did not leave Bing Di's body, he merely returned control of the body to her. After all, Bing Di's behavior last night was too erratic, and Qian had to guard against her causing trouble. Sure enough, immediately after midnight, Bing Di and the Snow Empress woke up. Their earlier sleep seemed like an act. Sister Snow Empress, I succeeded. Bing Di exclaimed excitedly. She hadn't expected to find out the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well so easily, successfully outwitting that human. The Snow Empress nodded and said, "Good, then let's not delay, we should leave immediately." Without needing to pretend for Qian, the two women could reach the sunset forest quickly. HMPH, I want to see how he tries to ambush us now. When the time comes, we'll ambush him instead. He controlled me for so long, this time, I must have my revenge. Bing Di said hatefully. The Snow Empress glanced at Bing Di, thought for a moment, and advised, Binger, forget it. He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. He passed on the soul core condensing method to us and told us about that place of opportunity. He is not our enemy. Bing Di was stunned. Just 2 days ago, the Snow Empress had said she would help her kill Qian and remove his control over her. Why had everything changed now? All right then. Bing Di thought about it and felt that the Snow Empress made some sense, and besides, she didn't want to go against the Snow Empress's wishes. Then I won't kill him, but once I find his true body, I will definitely drag him back to the extreme Northland, strip off his clothes, and make him shiver in the ice and snow. That human not only took liberties with the Snow Empress using her body, but he also took liberties with her. If she didn't avenge this, she would be unworthy of being the king of the extreme Northland. The Snow Empress looked at Bing Di's appearance and shook her head helplessly. Binger, if he truly harbors no ill will toward us, you should try to get along with him. Your fourth heavenly tribulation is about to descend. If you encounter an accident and cannot pass the heavenly tribulation, you can still cultivate in human form. At that time, you might even need Qian's protection. The Snow Empress explained. Bing Di successfully broke through her 400,000-year cultivation level, and within 1,000 years, she would have to face the might of heaven. No one could guarantee smooth sailing during this period. Impossible, I will definitely pass it. Bing Di said confidently. She had absorbed half of the Tianmeng ice silkworm's origin, how could she possibly fail to pass it? Unless she suffered severe injuries before the heavenly tribulation descended, only then would she be unable to withstand it. Better safe than sorry, Bing Di thought, and decided to listen to the Snow Empress. The two women did not know that their every move was being watched by Qian. Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out Bing Di had told the Snow Empress about his situation long ago. The Snow Empress had pretended not to know anything, eating and sleeping alongside him, allowing him to take full advantage. Bing Di still wanted revenge on him, while the Snow Empress was pleading on his behalf. However, Qian also knew this was normal, as he hadn't performed possession on Bing Di many times, and their relationship wasn't deep. Having one's body inexplicably controlled by someone else, anyone would want to resolve this hidden danger. Forget it. I can't provoke Bing Di right now. Once my cultivation level is sufficient to suppress her, I'll show her how I punish her. Qian thought to himself. After Bing Di told the Snow Empress the address of the ice and fire yin-yang well, the two proceeded at full speed toward the sunset forest. Qian dared not leave, fearing they would clash with humans. It wouldn't be good if Douluo or Chrysanthemum Douluo were tending to the medicinal herbs at the ice and fire yin-yang well and were injured by Bing Di and the Snow Empress. In the central region of the sunset forest, miasma and toxic energy permeated the air. The Snow Empress, clad in a white dress, stepped into the miasma, looking like a celestial fairy descending upon the mortal world. To unleash her full strength, Bing Di reverted to her main body as the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion and followed behind the Snow Empress. One human and one beast cautiously entered the miasma, sensing the dense world energy here. Is this a poison array? That Qian guy really isn't good, he set up a trap to ambush us. Bing Di said. The Snow Empress shook her head. Binger, don't talk nonsense. This poison array might be naturally formed to protect the medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden. One human and one beast stepped into the valley, and a large expanse of medicinal garden came into view. So many spirit medicines, Bing Di exclaimed. Unfortunately, since they were spirit beasts from the northern lands, most of the medicinal herbs here would not be very effective for them. The further the two walked in, the denser the world energy became, and at the same time, the greater the power of the poisonous miasma. Facing the cold toxic miasma, both of them were ice attribute vicious beasts, so they weren't particularly afraid. However, the fire poison was extremely fierce, inhaling too much of it made both Bingdi and the Snow Empress feel somewhat suppressed. Is this what you were looking for, Sister Snow Empress? Bingdi asked. The pool water that Qian had taken originally had now returned to its original state due to the spirit gathering effect of the treasure gathering place. The Snow Empress looked at the milky white spring water, nodded, and said, "What dense ice energy." She finally confirmed that this spring water was useful to her, and significantly so. If utilized properly, she might be able to advance further. Chapter 158, The True Body and the First Meeting with Luer Long. In the pond, the red spring water and the milky white spring water were clearly separated, looking just like a mandarin duck hotpot. For ordinary spirit masters and spirit beasts, this spring water was essentially a death warrant. But to the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, the milky white spring water, which contained dense ice energy, represented a great opportunity for them. However, besides the spring water, the fire poison and cold poisonous miasma here were enough to overwhelm even a titled Douluo renowned for poison, like Douluo. Even after taking detoxification pills, Douluo could not stay here for long, which was enough to illustrate the terror of the miasma in this place. Like the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress could not stay here for too long either. The two women did not rush to explore the spring water in the pond. Instead, they first circled the perimeter of the Sunset Forest to check for human ambushes. Sister Snow Empress, it seems there really aren't any ambushes nearby. Is that guy really that kind-hearted? The Ice Empress was still somewhat suspicious. Perhaps he never intended to harm us. Otherwise, why would he teach us the secret technique? The Snow Empress explained. The Ice Empress had actually realized this point. She was just annoyed that Qian had controlled her body and taken advantage of the Snow Empress. All right, let's cultivate here. If anyone comes, we'll hide outside the forest, said the Snow Empress. The Ice Empress nodded. Since the poisonous miasma permeated the area, they couldn't stay here for a long time either. Qian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two had not encountered any mishaps. If the two great fierce spirit beasts caused trouble here, Qian truly wouldn't know how to resolve the situation. However, he still left a trace of consciousness with the Ice Empress, preventing the Ice Empress and Snow Empress from having accidents or clashing with humans. Qian told Bibi Dong about the Snow Empress's experience in condensing a soul core so she could use it as a reference. If Bibi Dong successfully condensed a soul core, her experience could also help Qian when he condenses his soul core later. Who else can condense a soul core now? Qian remembered Luer Long. Having broken through to titled Douluo now, she should possess the conditions necessary to condense a soul core. He had previously promised Luer Long that he would meet her with his true body, and now was the time to fulfill that promise. Luer Long was still the same, staying in the forest and playing music. However, the tune she played no longer contained endless sorrow like before, but only a faint hint of longing. Who is it? Just then, Luer Long pressed down on the zither strings and looked toward the source of the unusual movement. She saw a flash of five-colored brilliant light, and an unfamiliar young man appeared out of thin air. The youth was tall and well-proportioned, with a handsome face that could be described as beautiful. Could he be Qian? Luer Long looked at the smiling young man, a guess already forming in her heart. Long, I am Qian. Qian laughed. It really is him. Meeting Qian for the first time, Luer Long felt a hint of timidity in her heart. Although she had never actually seen Qian, it didn't hinder the position Qian held in her heart. If it hadn't been for Qian's appearance back then, her mother might have left her. Her ability to cultivate to titled Douluo at such a young age was also inseparable from Qian. After her cultivation talent was gradually realized, her value greatly increased. To win her over, Yu Luomian also set aside his pride and pleased her mother everywhere, finally giving her a relatively happy family. It could be said that everything she possessed now involved Qian. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Qian asked softly. Qian was a little nervous, afraid that the short-tempered Luerlong might mistake him for an enemy. His current physique might not be able to withstand her full-form fire dragon. If that happened, he would have to run away. Luerlong stared intently at Qian, her voice trembling. You. I finally see you, benefactor. After confirming Qian's identity and calling out, benefactor, Luerlong could no longer restrain herself. She walked forward and threw herself into Qian's arms, afraid that she was dreaming. Luerlong was only wearing a simple azure cloth dress at the moment, and her curvaceous, fiery figure filled Qian's embrace. With the soft fragrance in his arms, Qian said nothing, just quietly holding Luerlong. At this moment, Qian sensed a slight dampness on his shoulder. Erlong, why are you crying? Qian noticed that a trail of tears was running down the corner of Luerlong's eyes. Luerlong casually wiped them away. It's nothing, I'm just happy to see my benefactor for the first time. She quickly adjusted, returning to her original temperament, which was both gentle and fiery, and actually began teasing Qian. Luerlong pulled Qian's hand and secretly checked his bone age. She said with some surprise, I didn't expect you to be so young. It's a pity that Although she knew from Bibi Dong that when Qian performed possession on her back then, his soul had traveled from the future back to the past. But she hadn't expected Qian to be this young. Before Luerlong could finish speaking, Qian interrupted her. Erlong, you are still just as beautiful. Hearing this, Luerlong breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Qian would dislike her for being older, but now that Qian praised her beauty, she felt delighted. Qian wasn't lying. With Luerlong's cultivation level, she could maintain her youthful appearance for a long time. Having broken through to titled Douluo, as long as she wished, her lifespan was already vastly different from that of an ordinary person. You are also very handsome, Luerlong said. Although she wasn't obsessed with looks, it wasn't like she disliked handsome men. Come on, let's go sit in my room, Luerlong said. Luerlong led Qian into the wooden house next to the small lake. The wooden house was very simple, nothing like a woman's room. In the bedroom, there was only a bed and a table. Luerlong seemed to notice Qian's gaze and said, there's nowhere else to sit, so just sit on my bed. Her room was so simple partly because she maintained the habits of her youth, being used to poverty. Secondly, as a spirit master, many of her belongings, such as clothes and books, were stored inside her spirit tool. Luerlong pulled Qian to sit on the bed. A simple thick quilt was spread on a wooden plank bed. Although basic, it was still a bed. As the two sat on the bed, an ambiguous atmosphere arose. Luerlong was secretly delighted. She hadn't expected her simple living habits to result in such a pleasant surprise, having her benefactor sit on the same bed as her. Qian didn't forget why he came and said, Erlong, I recently acquired a new cultivation technique that I want to teach you. A cultivation technique? Luerlong shook her head. Her current cultivation level was sufficient, and her need for a cultivation technique wasn't that urgent. Benefactor, please teach me the cultivation technique next time. Let's just talk properly, I have so much I want to tell you, Luerlong said. Qian looked at Luerlong, whose eyes seemed to hold only his reflection. Her world seemed to contain only him at this moment, filled with affection. Qian felt a little moved. All right, you talk, I'm listening. Chapter 159, Erlong's Jealousy, Possession of Bo Saishi. Qian sat on the edge of the bed, quietly listening to Luerlong recount her experiences with Bibi Dong on the continent. Suddenly, Luerlong seemed to remember something. Benefactor, have you met Bibi Dong? Luerlong asked. She had learned from Bibi Dong earlier that Qian had possessed Bibi Dong before possessing her. Qian didn't want to hide it from her, so he nodded and said, yes, I've met her. When? Luerlong's breathing hitched. Although she had trained with Bibi Dong for many years, for some reason, she always wanted to compete with Bibi Dong. Perhaps it was because of Qian, or perhaps she simply wanted to get the upper hand. It was as if they were rivals in a previous life. Her cultivation level was inferior to Bibi Dong's, and ever since she learned that Bibi Dong was also looking for Qian, she wanted to find him before Bibi Dong did. But now, in this aspect, she had also lost to Bibi Dong. Not long ago, just a few months, Qian said. Lu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that nothing should have happened in just a few months. However, she had fallen behind by a step, so now she had to seize the opportunity. Lu Erlong was inherently straightforward. She closed the door and pushed Qian onto the bed. Erlong, what are you doing? Qian's heart trembled. How could he not know Lu Erlong's intentions? But wouldn't this be too fast? It was only their first meeting today. Perhaps Qian had only seen Lu Erlong's gentle side and forgotten her true nature. Benefactor, I've actually wanted to repay your kindness for a long time. Please don't refuse me, okay? Lu Erlong looked down at Qian. Qian swallowed hard. He was just a mortal and truly couldn't refuse. After a while, Lu Erlong gasped, Benefactor, why are you so skilled? Was it Bibi Dong who taught you? As soon as she thought that Qian was already in Bibi Dong's shape, Lu Erlong revealed her dragon nature and turned to become the master. In this regard, she had to correct Qian and make him her shape. It was just a spider spirit. How could her body compare to her fire dragon martial soul spirit power tempered body? She had lost to Bibi Dong in every aspect. She could only win back in this regard, at midnight. He hadn't expected Lu Erlong to be so dominant, completely different from the gentleness she usually displayed. However, Qian really liked this side of Lu Erlong. A few days later, Qian held Lu Erlong as they lay on the bed. Qian's system activated again, and his consciousness drifted across the sea, once again possessing a stranger. He had long been accustomed to the system's unannounced actions, so he immediately noticed the anomaly. Who am I now? Qian found himself kneeling before an altar, on which lay an iron artifact, its end embedded in the altar. Where is this? Qian stood up and found that the room he was in was extremely dark, like a temple. He touched his chest. It was large and soft, with a good feel, unable to be grasped by both hands. Fortunately, it's a human. Qian thought, sinking his consciousness into his dantian. The spirit in his dantian was actually a blue figure, and waves of surging ocean power emerged. This is Sea God Martial Soul. Qian was stunned. Spirit Hall had once conquered Sea God Island and naturally seen the Sea God Martial Soul, even recording it, so Qian recognized it. And there was only one possibility for someone possessing a god-bestowed spirit like the Sea God Martial Soul, Bo Saishi, the High Priestess of Sea God Island. At this moment, Bo Saixi's soul was suppressed in her sea of consciousness, only able to watch her body being controlled by Qian. Bo Saishi tried to regain control of her body but found it completely ineffective. How is this possible? I am a level 99 limit Douluo. It's impossible for anyone on the Douluo continent to control me. Could it be Lord Sea God? Bo Saishi thought to herself. As a level 99 titled Douluo, the only way she could be controlled was by the divine soul of a divinity. There was no other possibility. And other divinities could not descend upon her, the high priestess of the sea god, so it must undoubtedly be the sea god himself. Thinking of this, Bo Saixi's heart was incredibly excited. She had lived on Sea God Island since childhood and had never left the sphere of influence of Sea God Island because there was no divine oracle permission. Growing up in this environment, her faith in the sea god was extremely devout. This faith even surpassed her own life. If someone were to be granted the Sea God 9 trials by the Sea God in the future, she would sacrifice her own life, even if she cherished the world. And her Lord Sea God had never responded to her since she became the High Priestess. Now that Lord Sea God's divine soul had descended upon her, a preparatory vessel, how could she not be excited? But why is Lord Sea God touching my chest? Does Lord Sea God want to take me as his divine consort? Bo Saishi wondered. As the high priestess of the sea god, everything about her belonged to the sea god, including her body. Decades ago, when Tang Chen and Qian Douluo visited Sea God Island to resolve the dispute between Spirit Hall and Sea God Island, she had a good impression of Tang Chen, that genius. But out of consideration for her identity as the sea god's high priestess, she only dared to give hints and did not dare to openly engage in anything with Tang Chen. Fortunately, I didn't have anything with Tang Chen back then. Otherwise, if Lord Sea God found my body defiled, I would only be able to atone with death. Bo Saishi breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, Lord Sea God was above all else. She could offer everything, including her body, feelings, and life. As for Tang Chen, in these past decades, he had sent no news except for a letter delivered by his grandson. More than 20 years ago. The few days they spent together were nothing compared to her long life. So she didn't view Tang Chen as too important, there was just a slight regret in her heart. If she could see Tang Chen again, this little regret would be resolved. Perhaps upon seeing Tang Chen again, she would realize that what she liked was not Tang Chen, but merely the feeling of that first encounter. After all, for someone confined to Sea God Island, the outside world was a longing, an aspiration. Bo Saishi dismissed her distracting thoughts and softly called out, "Lord Sea God, is that you?" Qian was examining Bo Saixi's body, wondering why she hadn't reacted. Logically, a level 99 titled Douluo shouldn't be unaware that her body was being controlled. Unless it was like the Ice Empress, a spirit beast that had fallen into slumber due to cultivation. At this moment, Qian suddenly heard Bo Saixi's respectful call and was momentarily stunned. What? She's calling me Lord Sea God. Could it be that she's mistaken me for the Sea God? Qian thought. Qian thought for a moment and did not respond to her. He couldn't control the Sea God's light and couldn't even leave Sea God Island. If he impersonated the Sea God, he would easily be exposed. Chapter 160, New Mission, God Position Affinity. Open black lens bracket. I originally intended to impersonate the Sea God, but after being reminded by a book friend that this wasn't ideal, I changed it and deleted what I wrote last night. Close black lens bracket. Qian did not respond to Bo Saishi. Primarily, Bo Saishi didn't know him, so whether he revealed his identity or not didn't matter. However, Bo Saishi still temporarily regarded Qian as the Sea God. She dared not ask any further questions, fearing she might offend the Sea God. Outside the Sea God Temple on Sea God Mountain, the Sea God's light enveloped Sea God Mountain like a curtain barrier. Qian stepped out of the Sea God Temple and entered the Sea God's light. A pressure fell upon Qian. He felt as if he was being squeezed by the deep sea water, with infinite weight pressing down on him. Fortunately, Bo Saixi's body cultivation level was high enough, otherwise, Qian might have been exposed right then. Since Bo Saishi could become the great priest, the Sea God's light did not cause her much harm. Only she could reach the summit of Sea God Mountain, even the 7 great sacred pillar Douluo could not pass through the Sea God's light to climb to the top. No wonder people who have undergone the sacred pillar test cannot leave Sea God Island. The power of a god truly cannot be fathomed by mortals, Qian thought to himself. Just then, the system prompt appeared. Open black lens bracket. Current mission, possession Bo Saishi, change Bo Saixi's fate, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Phase reward, cultivate using Bo Saixi's body, the spirit power gained can be fed back to the host's main body, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Final reward, Sea God Position Affinity. Each phase mission rewards 33.3%, which does not affect the host's comprehension of other God positions, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission details. 1. Take Bo Saishi to experience the life of an ordinary person. 2. Take Bo Saishi away from Sea God Island to travel 10,000 miles. 3. Stop Bo Saishi from sacrificing herself, close black lens bracket. It's Sea God Position Affinity. Qian frowned. The Sea God deity position is in the Sea God's hands, so having 100% Sea God position affinity is useless, isn't it? I can't just rush up to the God realm and steal his God position, can I? Does it want him to be like the deep sea demon whale king? Steal the Sea God deity position while Tang San is inheriting it? Or steal his God position while Tang San is dead and hasn't been resurrected? Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. Qian thought. In any case, he was absolutely unwilling to touch the sea god sacred pillar and sign up for the sea god test. Because once the sea god test mark falls on his forehead, his life and death will no longer be under his own control. If the sea god looks down on him and gives him a black level test, or even a purple level or yellow level test, he will be trapped on Sea God Island for life. Therefore, he would rather wait for Bibi Dong to take him to the god realm to be a god without a god position than participate in the Sea God Island test. Having god position affinity is not a bad thing. First, he can use it to comprehend the sea god's light and related law. Second, he might be able to borrow the golden trident. However, Bo Saxi's mission is quite simple. Qi Tian thought. Isn't the first mission just acting as an ordinary person? There are many truly ordinary people on Sea God Island. They cannot cultivate or become spirit masters, and must leave Sea God Island to live after turning 18. Unlike Bo Saishi, after awakening the sea god martial soul, the life of an ordinary person was destined to be out of her reach. As for the second mission, taking her away from Sea God Island, this mission is a bit difficult, but not overly so, it just requires a bit of luck. Spirit masters on Sea God Island who have passed the Sea God test cannot leave Sea God Island without the Sea God's oracle. Although Qi Tian could use transmission to take Bo Saishi out of Sea God Island, if the Sea God sends down divine punishment, all his efforts would be wasted. However, Qi Tian could find a way to make the sea god assign her a mission. He remembered that within the Heaven Do Empire's nation protecting spirit tool, the vast sea cosmic shroud, there was a trace of the sea god's divine thought. Without the vast sea cosmic shroud, the sea god cannot pass down his god position through the normal process. Qi Tian didn't believe the sea god wouldn't allow someone to retrieve the vast sea cosmic shroud. He just needs to let Bibi Dong take the vast sea cosmic shroud, and the sea god will definitely send Bo Saishi to retrieve it. Wouldn't Bo Saishi then be able to leave the island? Having clarified the mission plan, Qi Tian felt much more relaxed and walked down Sea God Mountain. Below Sea God Mountain was a circular sea area filled with seawater. Qi Tian also used the sea god martial soul to experience walking on waves. At this moment, Bo Saishi finally noticed the anomaly. No, is this perhaps not the divine descent of Lord Sea God? Bo Saishi finally noticed that Qi Tian was extremely unfamiliar when using the sea god martial soul. If it were the divine descent of Lord Sea God, it would be impossible for this to happen. However, she still remained silent, continuing to observe Qi Tian's every move. Qi Tian stood on the sea surface. The water here was deep, allowing Qi Tian to see his reflection. Bo Saishi was tall and slender, wearing a set of bright red sacrificial robes. Her sea blue long hair flowed down behind her, nearly touching the sea surface when spread out. Her face was soft and beautiful, and perhaps because of Qi Tian's possession, she looked to be only about 20 years old. If it were her true self, accustomed to maintaining a noble and elegant temperament, she might look a bit more mature, but still not like someone over 100 years old. As long as she slightly changed her attire, she could still blend in with ordinary people and live among them for a period. She truly is beautiful, Qi Tian exclaimed. To help this body regain the feeling of youth, Qi Tian took off the purple gold crown on his head. His steps became cheerful, completely disregarding the etiquette he had learned previously. What is the meaning behind Lord Sea God doing this? No, this is not Lord Sea God. Bo Saishi finally dared to confirm that the person controlling her body was most likely not the sea god. You are not the sea god. Who exactly are you? Bo Saishi asked within the sea of consciousness. Qi Tian also knew he couldn't successfully impersonate the sea god, so he stopped pretending to be mute. When did I ever say I was the sea god? I'm just an ordinary person, Qi Tian replied casually. Bo Saishi secretly repented, realizing that she had actually mistaken such an impolite fellow for the sea god, a truly grave sin. However, being able to control her body and prevent her from breaking free indicated that the opponent's strength was not weak. Bo Saishi calmed down and did not speak harshly to Qi Tian. What do you want to gain by controlling my body? Bo Saishi asked. In her view, the opponent must have some ulterior motive for seizing her body. If what the opponent wanted was unimportant, she would simply give it to him. If the opponent intended to blaspheme Lord Sea God, then she could only resist with her life. Sensing Bo Seixi's unease, Qian comforted her, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm just quite curious about what life is like on Sea God Island. I want to use your body to live on Sea God Island for a while, how about it?" Qian asked. Bo Seishi breathed a sigh of relief. Controlling her body, that of a level 99 limit Douluo, just to experience life on Sea God Island. This didn't seem to count as blaspheming Lord Sea God. Bo Seishi thought about it and agreed. "All right, once you've experienced life here, please leave my body," Bo Seishi said. Qian made no commitment and asked, "Where do you live?" Chapter 161, Teasing Bo Seishi. Sea God Island is divided into 8 regions, with 7 small island cities guarded by the great sacred pillars protecting Sea God Mountain. Bo Seishi doesn't always stay on Sea God Mountain to worship the sea god, she has her own residence for daily living. Only at specific times does she stay on Sea God Mountain to pray. Following Bo Seixi's guidance, Qian arrived at her dwelling. Her dwelling was not luxurious, far inferior to Bibi Dong's Supreme Pontiff Palace, especially since the Sea God Temple on Sea God Mountain is quite ordinary. As a chief priest, she couldn't possibly build her residence to be more luxurious than the Sea God Temple, could she? "Why are there other people living in your place? Are they your servants?" Qian asked. As dawn broke, Qian perceived that there were still other people active in Bo Seixi's residence. Bo Seishi said, "They are not my servants. They are the ceremonial officials of Sea God Island, assisting me in worshipping the sea god. If you don't want to see them, you can go around that way." Qian suddenly realized that, in that case, Bo Seixi's residence was essentially a semi-official workplace, just like the Supreme Pontiff Palace in Spirit City. Sea God Island's influence doesn't spread across the continent like spirit halls, so Bo Seishi doesn't have many official duties to handle. Her job is probably similar to the retired qian dalu's, reciting prayers to the sea god she worships every once in a while. Following Bo Seixi's guidance, Qian bypassed the area and entered her private palace. Bo Seixi's room was very large and looked spacious. Qian walked up to the mirror in the room and finally saw her complete appearance clearly. Although Bo Seixi's looks weren't superior to Bibi Dong's, she was still considered a top-tier beauty. After admiring her, Qian didn't forget his mission. "Bo Seishi, this place is too desolate. I want to experience the life of an ordinary person on Sea God Island, not the life of the great priest. Can you find me a place where I can live for a while as an ordinary person?" Qian asked. Bo Seishi was slightly speechless, thinking, if you want to experience the life of an ordinary person, why don't you just control an ordinary person's body? Also, how does he know my name? Bo Seishi was puzzled. She had lived on Sea God Island since childhood, and not even everyone on Sea God Island necessarily knew her name. Yet Qian was clearly not a sea spirit master, but still knew her name. Could he be a powerful spirit master from the continent, related to Qian Daolu or Tang Chen? Bo Seishi wondered. Bo Seishi had no clue, so she could only give up guessing. "Since you want to experience the life of an ordinary person, then go to Sea Woman City. I lived there when I was young," Bo Seishi said. Thinking of her childhood, Bo Seishi felt a little lost in thought. After awakening her spirit at the age of 6, she left her original family and was taken in and taught by the previous generation's great priest. Because great hopes were placed upon her, and she had several competitors, she dared not slack off in her cultivation and never truly experienced childhood. After reaching adulthood, she accepted the sea god's top 8 trials. The difficulty of the top 8 trials was very high, and several of them were life-threatening. She could only focus all her energy on cultivation. By the time she looked back, her parents and relatives were old, and she no longer felt any familial affection in her heart. Spirit masters who have not broken through to titled Douluo status do not gain much lifespan compared to ordinary people. Living past 100 years old is already considered longevity. Not many years later, her original parents and relatives passed away with the passage of time. Given her status and cultivation level, it was difficult for her to make new friends. And in her heart, only devout faith in the sea god remained. It wasn't until Tang Chen and Qian Douluo, who were also level 99 limit Douluo, arrived that she finally had two friends. Precisely because she had so few friends, she cherished Tang Chen so much. Thinking of this, Bo Saishi suddenly felt a desire to return to her hometown for a visit. Moreover, the city lord of Sea Woman City is skilled in soul attack skills and mind reading, and she might be able to resolve the issue of Bo Saishi being controlled. Thinking this, Bo Saishi prepared to trick Qi Tian into finding the Sea Woman Douluo. "Alright, let's go to Sea Woman City," Qi Tian said. "But we need to change clothes. Do you have any ordinary clothes? In that outfit, everyone on the island will recognize you. How can you live the life of an ordinary person?" "No, I don't have any ordinary clothes." After Bo Saishi realized Qi Tian was not the sea god, she was unwilling to let him take advantage of her again. Just thinking about the shameful actions she performed in front of the golden trident inside the sea god temple made her overwhelmingly embarrassed. If she let Qi Tian help her change clothes again, wouldn't he take every possible advantage of her? Having lived for over 110 years, this was the first time she had ever felt so powerless and ashamed. Qi Tian ignored her and rummaged through her spirit tool, finding that she truly only had ceremonial robes used by a priest. She hadn't even asked the female officials in her residence to make her a few sets of casual clothes. Bo Saishi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I really don't have any other clothes. Why don't you control someone else to experience life on Sea God Island? Or, if your true body comes to Sea God Island yourself, I can allow you to stay on Sea God Island for 7 days. As long as you don't cause trouble or blaspheme the Sea God on Sea God Island, I can forgive what happened today." Bo Saishi also wanted to see who this sacred being was that could silently control her body. She felt she could interact with such a powerful expert as an equal, and perhaps they could even become friends. Qi Tian had no interest in life on Sea God Island, he was only there to complete the mission, so he ignored Bo Saixi's words. His true body was currently with Luer Long, so he searched through Luer Long's spirit tool and found a clean cloth dress. Qi Tian used his spirit power and instantly transmitted the clothes over. How is this possible? Bo Saishi watched herself, holding a set of clothes, unable to sense how they had appeared. "How did you do that?" Bo Saishi asked. She was one of the people closest to a god in this world, yet even she couldn't accomplish such a feat. "This is one of my skills. How about it? Is there anything you want? I might consider conjuring it for you." Bo Saishi knew Qi Tian wasn't telling the truth. How could a skill possibly conjure physical objects out of thin air? "If you don't want to say, so be it. I don't want anything," Bo Saishi said. She had been instilled with faith in the sea god since childhood, so she had virtually no demands for external possessions. Qi Tian stopped paying attention to her, stood in front of the mirror, and removed her ceremonial robe. Bo Saishi watched her own body, with most of her skin exposed to a stranger's eyes. She felt both shame and novelty. Fortunately, she was still wearing undergarments underneath, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face herself. "Your skin is smooth, and your figure is great. What a pity," Qi Tian praised. Silence. Bo Saishi had never met such a shameless person. Qi Tian didn't continue teasing Bo Saishi. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, Bo Saishi had no way to deal with him. He put the removed ceremonial robe into the spirit tool and put on a set of cyan cloth dress. Luer Long also had a tall, slender figure, and her dress fit Bo Saishi perfectly. Chapter 162, Sea Woman Douluo is eavesdropping on my thoughts. At the first light of dawn, Qi Tian changed his previous conspicuous attire and, following Bo Saixi's directions, headed toward Sea Woman City. Sea Woman City was less of a city and more of a small town in terms of population. However, Bo Saishi directed Qi Tian toward the seaside, where the sea goddess sacred pillar was located. How could a place where humans lived be by the seaside? Qi Tian naturally sensed that something was clearly wrong. Bo Saishi had ulterior motives, but Qi Tian was not particularly afraid. Qi Tian had guessed Bo Saixi's intentions. She was likely trying to trick him into finding Sea Woman Douluo. He actually wanted to meet Sea Woman Douluo to see if Sea Witch's mind reading would work on him. If it did, he would have to be on guard in the future. Before long, Qian arrived at the seaside of Sea Woman's city and reached the Sea Goddess Sacred Pillar. The Sea Goddess Sacred Pillar was different from the other sacred pillars, it was a statue of a mermaid. Beside the pillar's stone platform, a young girl sat by the seaside. The girl had a massive fish tail, its beautiful curves extending all the way to her waist. She wore a small black top that didn't even cover her navel, easily inciting wild thoughts. According to the rules, spirit masters on Sea God Island who had passed the black grade trial were supposed to wear black robes. But Sea Witch wore a small black top that barely covered that patch of snow-white skin, which was quite unique. Sea Witch's beauty was peerless, a faint smile always hung at the corners of her mouth, and her large, azure blue eyes were incredibly beautiful. It could be said that Sea Woman Douluo satisfied all of Qian's fantasies about mermaids. At the very least, he felt the trip was worth it. Sea Witch was currently playing a magic flute, this was her way of life and also her method of cultivate. The distant sound of the flute had a soul-snatching magic, and Qian was mesmerized the moment he heard it. However, his arrival startled Sea Woman Douluo, and she stopped playing to look in Qian's direction. "High Priestess, why have you come?" Sea Woman Douluo hurriedly bowed. Qian regained his senses and hurriedly reined in his distracting thoughts to prevent Sea Woman Douluo from performing mind reading on him. However, Sea Woman Douluo probably wouldn't dare to use mind reading on Bo Saishi, right? If he wanted to test it, Qian would have to actively let her use mind reading on him. "My High Priestess, this isn't Sea Woman's city, is it?" Qian asked Bo Saishi. Bo Saishi did not reply, she wanted to wait and see if Sea Witch could detect her abnormality. Seeing that Bo Saishi wouldn't speak, Qian ignored her and started chatting with Sea Witch. In any case, he was using Bo Saixi's body, and her spirit power was as high as level 99, even if Sea Witch wanted to fight, it remained to be seen if she could win. "Sea Witch, why don't you use your mind reading to hear my purpose?" Qian laughed. A trace of surprise appeared in Sea Witch's large, azure blue eyes, making them look incredibly lively. "This subordinate dares not." Sea Witch lowered her head, but the corner of her eye glanced toward Qian. Sea Witch could not only perform mind reading but was also adept at noticing details. She discovered that the High Priestess today was not wearing the bright red ceremonial robes that symbolized her status, but was instead wearing a cyan cloth skirt. What does the High Priestess mean by this? Sea Witch summoned her courage and attempted to perform mind reading on Bo Saishi. She had tried before, but because Bo Saishi had passed the Sea God's top-tier trial, she was completely unable to hear Bo Saixi's inner thoughts. If she forcibly performed mind reading on Bo Saishi, she might offend the divine might and suffer a backlash. Sea Witch had no friends because she could perform mind reading, and others were unwilling to be friends with her. She had heard too many filthy inner thoughts and didn't like making friends with those people either. It was precisely for this reason that Bo Saishi, the only person whose inner thoughts she could not hear, was a special existence to her. Unfortunately, Bo Saixi's status was too high, and she couldn't easily befriend her. As time passed, she could only lonely guard the Sea Goddess Sacred Pillar here. Sea Witch was startled, she had actually heard the High Priestess's inner thoughts. The High Priestess's inner thoughts are wondering if I can hear her inner thoughts. Sea Witch was almost confused by the circular logic. Qian tried hard to rein in his distracting thoughts, only letting his initial intention leak out. Seeing the strange look on Sea Witch's face, he knew she could hear his inner thoughts and that he could not be exempted from her mind reading. After all, this is only my split soul consciousness, my soul power isn't strong enough. She wants to plot against me, so I can just use this to make her suffer social death. Qian thought to himself. Various distracting thoughts flashed by and vanished. Qian looked at Sea Witch and stopped reining in his thoughts. Before long, he saw the uncontrollable surprise on Sea Witch's face. Who is plotting against whom? And the High Priestess, she wants to touch my fish tail. She also wants to see what the difference is between me and humans. Sea Witch was stunned, thinking she had misheard. How could someone as serious as the High Priestess have such thoughts? If the High Priestess really wants to touch it, should I let her? Sea woman Douluo became conflicted, and at the same time, she felt a wave of disappointment. Because the only person in the world who could resist her mind reading could now have their inner thoughts heard by her. Sea witch, do you know my purpose for coming here now? Qian asked. Sea woman Douluo raised her head, her expression somewhat unnatural. High priestess, is your purpose for coming here really just to touch my fish tail? Upon hearing Sea witch's words, Qian was unfazed, but Bo Saishi began to panic. Sea witch can hear your inner thoughts. How could you think such things? Bo Saishi was anxious. She had originally wanted to ask Sea witch for help, but Qian seemed to be deliberately thinking about all sorts of messy things. Matters regarding his identity and the control of her body were not reflected in his inner thoughts at all. If this continued, her reputation would be ruined by Qian. Unexpectedly, Qian not only ignored her but also nodded and said, "May I touch it?" Sea witch. Sea witch thought about it. The other party was also a woman, so letting her touch it didn't seem to matter. She nodded and said, "If the high priestess wants to touch it, then go ahead." Stop. Bo Saishi watched herself walk toward Sea witch and finally understood what despair meant. She had never felt such despair even during the top-tier 8th trial back then. Even if Qian returned control of her body to her, she wouldn't know how to face Sea woman Douluo. If Sea woman Douluo were to spread this matter, I'm afraid all the sea god believers on Sea God Island would know about this peculiar hobby of hers. But Qian didn't care about her, who told her to try and plot against him. Moreover, he also wanted to see what would happen if the high and mighty high priestess were brought down to the mortal world. Sea witch sat sideways by the seaside, extending her curled fish tail, allowing Qian to stroke it. Her fish scales were very dense, so the fish tail felt very smooth to the touch. The curve from her waist to her tail fin was extremely smooth and beautiful. It feels so good. If this turned into human legs and had such superb curves, that would be great. Is there any difference between her upper body and a human's? I really want to see. Sea witch felt Bo Saixi's palm stroking all over her tail, and listening to Qian's inner thoughts, she couldn't help but blush. How can the high priestess touch there? Meanwhile, Bo Saixi's heart was completely dead. She even felt like she didn't want to regain control of her body anymore. Chapter 163, Bo Saishi is about to suffer social death. Although Bo Saishi had never experienced romance, she had lived for over 100 years, so she wasn't completely ignorant. Even if she hadn't eaten pork, she had at least seen a pig run, right? How could she not realize that Qian was using her body to humiliate the sea witch? She couldn't imagine how she would face the sea witch after regaining control of her main body. If the sea witch spread the word, how could she face the sea god believers on Sea God Island? How could she continue to be the great priestess? Currently, no one on Sea God Island had been granted the top-tier trial by the sea god, so even if she wanted to retire and find an apprentice to take over, she couldn't. No, I can't let him continue acting so outrageously. And the sea witch, after I regain my body, I must impose a gag order on her. Bo Saishi thought. If all else failed, she could only reveal the fact that her body was being controlled to the sea witch. However, this would damage her prestige, as she was a level 99 limit Douluo, representing the sea god. If even the sea god's representative had her body controlled by someone else, what would happen to the believers who worship the sea god? Stop quickly. Don't touch anymore. Bo Saishi stopped him. While stroking the sea witch's smooth and delicate fishtail, Qian said, "Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Why should I stop? Didn't you want me to provoke the sea witch, who possesses mind reading, and then have her make a move against me? It's a pity your prestige seems a bit too heavy. The sea witch actually doesn't dare resist you." Hearing Qian's words, Bo Saishi was too ashamed to know how to retort. How could she have known that Qian was aware of the sea witch's innate talent for mind reading, and even used her own plan against her, leaving her speechless? With her plan exposed, she realized a fact: Qian was not ignorant about Sea God Island. If she continued to dig traps for Qian, the person who ended up jumping into the pit might very well be herself. Now, Bo Saishi just wanted to quickly leave the vicinity of the sea goddess' sacred pillar. Every extra second she stayed was torture for her. Stop now. Didn't you want to experience the life of an ordinary person? I'll take you there right now. Bo Saishi capitulated. She watched as her own hands became increasingly excessive in their actions. If this continued, she didn't know what might happen next. Ifish ended up sleeping with the sea witch, she might as well die. Hearing this, Qian reluctantly withdrew his hand. Oh no, the sea witch must have heard my inner thoughts just now, right? His earlier communication with Bo Saishi had exposed information related to his possession of Bo Saishi. If the sea witch found out, would she attack him? If a fight broke out on Sea God Island, would it alarm the sea god? Qian shifted his gaze away from the sea witch's fishtail and looked up at her face. He saw that the sea witch's delicate face was completely flushed, like a steamed prawn. Her large eyes, which were as clear and blue as the sky, were currently glistening with moisture. Why is the sea witch reacting so strongly? Is she a lesbian? Qian wondered internally. Qian stood up and asked the sea witch, "Sea witch, did you hear my inner thoughts just now?" Ah, the sea witch seemed to have just recovered her senses and looked up at the standing Qian. Great priestess, I apologize, I was distracted just now and didn't pay attention to what you said, the sea witch replied. Qian breathed a sigh of relief, gathered his thoughts, and headed toward the place Bo Saishi had indicated. As soon as he left, the sea witch's eyes, which had looked as though they were melting, immediately returned to normal, filled with curiosity. I didn't expect someone could control the great priestess's body. That's truly remarkable, the sea witch muttered. She wasn't stupid. Since even the great priestess's body was controlled, how could she, a mere titled Douluo, possibly defeat the opponent? Therefore, although she had heard Qian's inner thoughts, she didn't reveal it, preventing him from acting against her. Furthermore, she had heard more than just that small piece of information. She had gathered much information related to Qian's identity. For instance, Qian's name, gender, and other details were all read through her mind-reading talent. However, Qian hadn't thought much beyond his dirty thoughts just now, so she only knew this much. HMPH, you touched my tail and took such a huge advantage of me. This girl won't let you off so easily. The sea witch thought. As the clan leader of the mermaid tribe, she had never married or had children due to her mind reading, making her an unmarried maiden. How could she be taken advantage of like this? And he called me a lesbian. The sea witch said resentfully. She hadn't married only because her mind reading talent had exposed her to too many dirty thoughts. How could she be a lesbian? But maybe I can pretend to be a lesbian who admires the great priestess, and stay close to her to gather more information about Qian. It must be very taxing for him to control the great priestess. If I can find his main body, then I'll be the one in charge. The sea witch thought. Bo Saishi was already one of the strongest people in this world. The sea witch believed that controlling Bo Saishi must take up all of Qian's attention. As long as she found Qian's main body, that would be her chance. Moreover, as a member of the mermaid tribe, she could leave Sea God Island and return to her clan. It wouldn't matter even if Qian was outside Sea God Island. Her staying here was merely to fulfill her duty of guarding the sea goddess' sacred pillar. Following him now would be too abrupt. I'll go look for him tomorrow. The sea witch thought. She took out her spirit, the magic flute, preparing to cultivate, but for some reason, her flute music became chaotic along with her thoughts. Damn it, I was taken advantage of. I'll make sure he pays for this. Qian changed his attire, making himself look like an ordinary person, to experience the life of an ordinary person. I wonder what extent I need to reach to complete the mission. Qian thought. Following Bo Saixi's guidance, Qian arrived at a small fishing village in Sea Woman City. Although people delivered supplies to Sea God Island periodically, the residents here also had to work. Moreover, the adults here were all spirit masters, and while guarding Sea God Island, they were also able to live a decent life. In that fishing village, there were actually spirit masters wearing purple clothes, indicating that they had obtained or passed the sea god's purple rank trial. Although purple clothes do not represent cultivation level, they generally start at Spirit Elder. Is that village over there your home? Qian asked. Bo Saishi looked at the village across the way. 100 years had passed, things had changed, and her home was long gone. Yes, that is where I was born, Bo Saishi said. Are there still people there whom you know, or who know you? Probably not. My parents and older brother passed away long ago, and my brother's children couldn't cultivate, so they left Sea God Island a long time ago. Bo Saishi spoke as if discussing a very ordinary matter, revealing a sense of detachment. Hearing this, Qian immediately dropped the topic. Since no one recognizes you, I will live here for a while then. Qian said. Chapter 164, The Discoveries of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Qian turned back and found the Sea Witch, asking her to arrange for him to live in that village so as not to attract attention. The Sea Witch immediately had a purple-robed spirit master take him to the village for settlement, even thoughtfully providing him with a yellow robe. The yellow robe indicated that Qian had received a yellow-level trial, the lowest tier on Sea God Island. And so, Qian, as a newly joined outer sea spirit master on Sea God Island, settled down in Bo Saixi's old home. Because he received a yellow robe, no one paid attention to his identity. The day passed with these mundane tasks. Qian didn't experience much life before midnight quickly arrived. Qian lay on the bed, his split soul and consciousness leaving Bo Saixi's body. Bo Saishi immediately sensed that she could control her body again. She immediately sat up and threw off the quilt covering her. His skill to control my body, can it only last for one day? Bo Saishi let out a sigh of relief. However, she still couldn't find a way to counterattack. She had been controlled in the Sea God Temple earlier. Shameless scoundrel, I agreed to his demands, yet he still used my body to bathe. Bo Saishi gritted her teeth. With her cultivation level, her body could always remain clean. Yet Qian used bathing as an excuse to take advantage of her, and Bo Saishi herself couldn't stop it. Her body had been seen and touched by Qian like this, how could she face herself in the future? After a day of nightmares, she felt that her slightest lingering thoughts of Tang Chen had completely turned into nothingness. Bo Saishi lost her sleepiness and immediately left her home, heading towards the sea goddess sacred pillar. Seeing that the Sea Witch hadn't spread the morning's events everywhere, but was quietly sitting by the sacred pillar platform cultivating, she breathed a sigh of relief. The Sea Witch doesn't have many friends. She probably won't spread today's events. Bo Saishi thought to herself. After observing from the shadows for a while, Bo Saishi then rushed towards Sea God Mountain. She wanted to confess her sins of the day before the Sea God statue. Deep in the night, at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. After the Ice Empress and Snow Empress expelled the toxins from their bodies outside, they returned to the valley. They couldn't completely ignore the poisons here, so they had to go outside for fresh air after cultivating for a period. The two women stood by the pool in the valley, looking at the spring water that contained terrifying ice-attributed energy. Sister Snow Empress, according to the previous pattern, that guy Qian will possess me again tomorrow night. Should we leave here first? The Ice Empress asked. The Snow Empress thought for a moment and said, no need, he hasn't acted for so long, he probably won't be detrimental to us. Binger, your current mission is to improve your strength, perhaps you can break free from his control. The Ice Empress nodded and said, I understand. Sister Snow Empress, I have successfully condensed my spirit core, why don't we dive down tonight and take a look? There might be an extraordinary opportunity beneath this pool. The Ice Empress said. The Snow Empress nodded, took off the clothes Qian bought her, and put them into the Ice Empress's spirit tool. The red pool water reflected a faint glow, and the Snow Empress's pure white body was fully revealed. Qian, multitasking, felt a jolt in the consciousness residing in the Ice Empress's sea of consciousness and quietly began to appreciate the sight. Even after seeing it several times, this scene could still shock Qian. He was now like the Tianmeng ice silkworm, residing in someone else's sea of consciousness, secretly observing everything. The Ice Empress did the same, but after taking off her clothes, she transformed into a large scorpion. By returning to her main body, her defense and strength could be fully exerted, guarding against any accidents. The Snow Empress gently extended her jade foot into the pool water. The terrifying chill emanating from the milky white ice spring water was not bone-piercing for her, the master of the extreme Northland. With a light flick of her toes, after adapting to the water's temperature, she leapt and plunged into the milky white spring water. The Ice Empress was more direct, she directly used a skill. With a ripple of spirit power, her body was covered in a carapace shimmering with diamond-like brilliance. After preparing, she also followed the Snow Empress and jumped into the spring water. This spring water looked like ordinary water, only different in color, but after the two jumped in, surprisingly no splashes were made. The surface of the pool quickly returned to calm. The two women dived towards the depths of the pool, wanting to see what was at the bottom that had formed such a treasure land. Qian was also very curious and shifted his attention to the Ice Empress. The two women didn't know that their every move could not escape Qian's gaze. The two women's diving speed was not fast. An hour later, they still hadn't sensed the bottom of the pool. But as they dived deeper, the pressure, cold poison, and energy fluctuations they felt became increasingly terrifying. Ordinary titled Douluo couldn't even stay by the edge of the pool for long, let alone dive into the water like them. Sister Snow Empress, I'm about to be poisoned, why don't we go up first? The Ice Empress touched the Snow Empress's body and communicated with her using mental force. The Snow Empress could still endure, but she was no longer her former indifferent self. Fearing something might happen to the Ice Empress, she agreed to her suggestion. Okay, let's go up. The Snow Empress comforted her. Just then, the Snow Empress suddenly sensed a faint mental fluctuation. Wait. The Snow Empress said, pulling the Ice Empress. Sister Snow Empress, what's wrong? Did you find an opportunity? The Ice Empress asked excitedly. I don't know, I need to check again. You stay here and don't dive further, I'll go down and see. The Snow Empress said, don't leave me. The Ice Empress didn't have time to stop her before sensing the Snow Empress heading deeper. She could only follow the Snow Empress, enduring the pressure, and diving deeper. Although she might get injured, she could still withstand the poison and energy of the same ice attribute. After a while, the energy fluctuations the Snow Empress sensed became increasingly intense. What is this? The Snow Empress sensed a powerful ice-attributed energy at the bottom of the pool, along with a faint mental fluctuation. That mental input into her mind actually transformed into a dragon's roar. Ancient Ice Dragon. The Snow Empress's spirit was invigorated. Although she was born in the extreme Northland and had not dealt with the dragon clan hidden deep within the Stardow Great Forest, she knew the terror of ancient dragons. Legend has it that the essence of the ancient dragon god spread throughout the Douluo continent, creating human spirit masters and various spirit beasts. And the terrifying remnants of the ice dragon before her might allow her cultivation level to advance further, breaking through the 700,000-year limit. Thinking this, the Snow Empress reached out towards the ice-attributed origin. Not good. Just then, the Snow Empress suddenly sensed that within the ice-attributed origin, there was actually a residual soul hidden. This thing was actually alive. The terrifying aura fluctuations surpassed all the powerhouses she had ever seen, with a pressure reaching nearly 1,000,000 years. Binger, run. She immediately conveyed her thoughts to the Ice Empress. Chapter 165. The Rescue, and the First Meeting with the Two Empresses. What happened? The Ice Empress followed, diving to the bottom of the pool, and before she could see what was happening, she sensed a massive energy fluctuation. Following that was the Snow Empress's warning for her to leave. She dared not ignore the Snow Empress's warning and immediately rushed toward the surface of the water. Although the Snow Empress's cultivation level was powerful, it had not reached the million-year tier. Moreover, this was someone else's home ground, she wouldn't be foolish enough to start a war with that residual soul in this pool water. The Snow Empress followed the Ice Empress, swimming toward the surface. Their speed was fast, but the energy fluctuation at the bottom of the pool was even faster than theirs. Boom! An impact of extremely cold energy came from the bottom of the pool. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress quickly used their defensive skills. Enduring the energy impact, both of them were blasted onto the water surface. The milky white spring water exploded, and a large scorpion over 1 meter tall, along with a naked, white-haired beauty, flew backward. Sister Snow Empress, are you all right? The Ice Empress asked, feeling somewhat fearful afterward. Fortunately, her scorpion shell was hard, and since she was originally an ice attribute vicious beast, she hadn't sustained any injuries. The Snow Empress shook her head, her gaze fixed solemnly on the pool water below, which had returned to calm. "What did you find at the bottom of the pool?" "That was too terrifying." The Snow Empress said, "That is the origin of a divine rank ice dragon." "What? The origin of the ice dragon?" The Ice Empress's spirit lifted. Refining the ice attribute origin of the Tianmeng ice silkworm had already given her cultivation level a huge boost. If she could get a little bit of the origin of the divine rank ice dragon, wouldn't she soar? "Be careful, it's coming," the Snow Empress warned. The Ice Empress looked toward the surface of the pool water, only to see that the water, which had just returned to calm, was now rippling again. Not only that, but the red pool water on the other side was also surging with undercurrents, seemingly echoing the milky white spring water. Since there was a remnant of an ice dragon beneath the milky white, icy pool water, wouldn't there also be a remnant of a fire dragon on the other side? Furthermore, if they still retained divine force, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress might not be their opponents. "Sister Snow Empress, let's run," the Ice Empress urged. But the Snow Empress felt reluctant. If she could obtain the origin of the ice dragon, she might even have a chance to break through the 700,000-year mark or higher. The Ice Empress also knew how important this opportunity was to them, just like when she sensed the Tianmeng ice silkworm emerging, she couldn't bear to give up. Thinking of this, the Ice Empress seemed to come up with an idea. "Sister Snow Empress, how about we cooperate with a human? Just like when I intercepted and killed that 990,000-year-old ice silkworm," the Ice Empress suggested. The Snow Empress thought of Qian, feeling that this might not be impossible. The origin of the ice dragon was useful to them, and the origin of the fire dragon could be given to the human. She was about to agree, but it was already too late. The rippling surface of the pool water was broken. They had awakened two sleeping ancient dragons. They didn't know that these two dragon kings could still exert near demigod strength tens of thousands of years later. Now, their residual souls and origins had not dissipated severely, meaning the strength they could exert would be only higher, not lower. If there was still divine force remaining in their origins, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress would not be their opponents. Oh no, the two women's eyes were serious. At this moment, they dared not turn their backs on the enemy and could only face them with full strength. The Ice Empress spat out a cyan pillar of light, meeting the fire dragon formed by the red, scalding pool water. The Snow Empress condensed ice into a sword, stabbing toward the ice dragon formed by the milky white, icy pool water. A massive energy impact instantly exploded. The cultivation levels on both sides were terrifying. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress had consumed some strength in order to dive to the bottom of the pool, so they suffered a disadvantage in this clash. The woman and the scorpion flew backward, only to be met by a massive pillar of fire spewed out by the fire dragon. Oh no! The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress trembled with fear looking at the terrifying flames. If they were hit, they would also be injured. The Snow Empress would be fine, she could heal slowly. But the Ice Empress had now broken through the 400,000-year bottleneck and was about to face the Spirit Beast's 400,000-year heavenly tribulation. If she couldn't recover before the heavenly tribulation descended, she might perish within it. As soon as the Snow Empress thought of this, she immediately twisted her body and stood in front of the Ice Empress, intending to resist the fire dragon's attack alone. "Sister Snow Empress, don't." The Ice Empress saw the Snow Empress's intention. How could she allow the Snow Empress, whom she admired, to take the disaster for her? But there was nothing she could do at the moment. She could only fully activate her own domain to resist alongside the Snow Empress's domain. Qian, who was in the Ice Empress's mind, also saw this scene. Those terrifying flames were indeed troublesome. If the two women, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, were in their peak condition, they might be able to contend with them, but they had consumed a lot of energy to dive to the bottom of the pool. He hadn't expected that the residual souls, which should have awakened tens of thousands of years later, had been startled awake early. Qian sighed. He didn't want the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress to be injured here, so he had to find a way to intervene and rescue them. The five-colored brilliant light flickered, and Qian crossed space and time using the sea-calming divine pearl. Hiss, so cold. The fusion of the Ice Empress's and the Snow Empress's domains was several times colder than the temperature in the core area of the extreme north land, seemingly capable of freezing everything. Fortunately, Qian had a miniature ice and fire yin-yang well inside his body, granting him immunity to ice and fire energy, otherwise, he might have been frostbitten. He quickly exerted his full strength, activating the divine artifact, the sea-calming divine pearl. The only capability Qian had to deal with this level was the use of a divine artifact. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress naturally noticed the human who suddenly appeared, but they had no leisure time to deal with him. Qian activated the divine artifact space, absorbing the fire dragon's attack skill, swallowing a significant amount of the opponent's skill power. The Snow Empress's eyes lit up. With someone sharing the residual soul skill, her pressure was greatly reduced. The extreme cold Empress palm struck out, extinguishing the terrifying flames. Let's go. Qian had taken a demigod skill, consuming a vast amount of energy, and his face looked somewhat pale. He stepped forward and embraced the Snow Empress, using divided attention to seize control of the Ice Empress's body, transforming her into human form, and pulling her into his embrace as well. The Snow Empress frowned. As the king of the extreme north land, how could she be hugged by a human male? But when she realized the Ice Empress didn't resist, coupled with Qian's familiar gaze, she guessed Qian's identity. Given their previous experiences, she knew Qian held no ill will toward them, so she didn't resist and allowed Qian to hold her in his arms. Qian activated the divine artifact again, and the three of them instantly entered the divine artifact space. After continuously activating the divine artifact several times, how could Qian, with only a rank 59 cultivation level, possibly sustain it? Before making his move, he had already held a dragon Ganoderma leaf in his mouth. Now that his spirit power was exhausted, Qian quickly swallowed the dragon Ganoderma leaf to recover. The two giant dragons formed by the pool water looked curiously at the spot where the three had vanished but found no trace of them. To reduce the wear and tear on their residual souls, the two giant dragons transformed back into pool water and sank back into the pool. Soon after, the surface of the pool water returned to calm. Chapter 166, Offending the Snow Empress, the Incompetent Ice Empress. The residual souls of the two dragon kings seemed wary of something and did not use their divine force, fearing they would disturb the god realm. In an instant, the battle ended hastily. Qian's divine artifact space had previously absorbed the terrain of the ice and fire yin-yang well treasure land, forming a small ice and fire yin-yang well. This divine artifact can evolve into a complete world, its potential is limitless, and as his cultivation level increases, the degree to which he refines the divine artifact also rises. The ice and fire yin-yang well inside the divine artifact space has grown considerably now. As he continuously refines it, this divine artifact space will eventually transform into a true plane. The Ice Empress was controlled by Qian and lay motionless in his arms. The Snow Empress was affected by the spatial and temporal shift and had not yet adjusted, also lying in Qian's arms. She was completely naked, her smooth, snow-white skin thus exposed to the air. The Ice Empress watched with overwhelming jealousy. This was her goddess, how could she be defiled by a filthy human male? After realizing her body was being controlled, she knew who this human youth was. But Qian had ultimately saved her, and she was not an unreasonable spirit beast, so she restrained the urge to curse him. She could only shout at Qian inside his sea of consciousness, "Qian, let me go. Let the Snow Empress go." At this moment, Qian's mental energy and spirit power were greatly depleted. Whether it was forcefully using a divine artifact with strength insufficient for godhood, or taking away the two great vicious beasts, both actions severely drained his mental energy and spirit power. Therefore, Qian did not argue with the Ice Empress, letting her be suppressed in her own sea of consciousness, raging in futility. At this time, the Snow Empress also woke up. But to the Ice Empress's disappointment, the Snow Empress was not angry about Qian's liberties, and she didn't even struggle out of his embrace. She steadied herself and looked at Qian, who had saved her. "Are you all right?" The Snow Empress looked at the pale, weak Qian, a trace of concern flashing in her eyes. Given her cultivation level and being so close, she was able to perceive Qian's cultivation level. She hadn't expected Qian to only be a spirit king below level 60, equivalent to a 10,000-year level spirit beast. With such a low cultivation level, he still dared to step in and save them. The Snow Empress completely believed that Qian harbored no ill will toward them. Moreover, she found Qian's embrace very warm, giving her a unique feeling, unlike the Ice Empress's cold body. Thus, the Snow Empress did not immediately break free from Qian's embrace, allowing him to hold her. Qian shook his head. The depletion is a bit much, but I'll be fine after a while. He reluctantly released the hands of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, feeling relieved inside. He had been afraid the Snow Empress would attack him fiercely, but unexpectedly, she had even expressed concern for him. This was also the reason he kept the two women within the divine artifact space. Here, he could at least control some of the world's power and possess a certain ability to fight back. I'll recover first, then I'll send you away later, said Qian. All right, thank you for saving us. Please recover your spirit power and mental energy first, said the Snow Empress. The Ice Empress stood rooted to the spot, unable to control her body, watching the harmonious pair with extreme bitterness in her heart. This was different from what she had imagined. She thought the Snow Empress would try to help her completely remove the control once she saw Qian. Unexpectedly, not only did she not kill Qian, but she even started caring for him. Does the Snow Empress like humans? I must also. Transformation. That must be it. Otherwise, why would the Snow Empress be in human form and not some other shape? Thought the Ice Empress. Qian consumed the dragon Ganoderma leaf. If he cultivated now, he could quickly recover his spirit power and state. However, it wasn't good to leave the two women naked. Qian simultaneously controlled the Ice Empress to put on her clothes. While taking out a set of the Snow Empress's clothes from her spirit tool and handing them to the Snow Empress for her to put on. Unexpectedly, the Snow Empress habitually opened her arms, signaling Qian to help her change. Qian was stunned for a moment but did not refuse. After all, he had dressed the Snow Empress several times when helping her try on clothes. He stepped forward with the clothes and skillfully helped the Snow Empress dress. Ah, no. The Ice Empress watched this scene, nearly going mad, the desire to transformation and cultivate growing wildly in her heart. This process was brief for Qian, but for the Ice Empress, it was extremely long, feeling like years passing in a single day. Before long, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress stood neatly dressed before Qian. One with snow-white long hair, the other with jade-green long hair, they were like a beautiful scenic line. I'm going to recover my spirit power now. Many of those herbs over there are poisonous, so don't touch them carelessly, said Qian. After speaking, he found a spot to sit cross-legged, circulated the mysterious heaven skill, and refined the dragon Ganoderma leaf to restore his spirit power. The Snow Empress glanced at the Ice Empress. Seeing that the Ice Empress was motionless, she knew that the Ice Empress's body was still being controlled. Somehow, she actually felt that Qian was doing the right thing. Given the Ice Empress's temperament, if Qian were to release her, she would likely cause a major incident. Her depletion was also significant, so she went to the ice spring pool within the divine artifact space to recover her spirit power. Although cultivating here meant inhaling miasma and poison, she could expel these toxins once she recovered. The Snow Empress had condensed a soul core, so her recovery speed was very fast. Furthermore, her power was not completely exhausted, so utilizing the environment here, she quickly recovered to her peak state. The Snow Empress got up and walked around the ice and fire yin-yang well. The layout here is exactly the same as the ice and fire yin-yang well in the Sunset Forest. The Snow Empress was a little surprised. The exact same terrain, the exact same pool water, the exact same poisonous miasma. The difference was that the medicinal herbs here were older and had stronger medicinal potency than the herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well of the Sunset Forest. There were also several special herbs whose scent alone made her feel unable to resist picking them and eating them. But remembering Qian's warning, she still didn't act. Qian watched this scene through the Ice Empress's perspective and breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid the Snow Empress would touch his immortal herbs. Other spirit medicines mature quickly, and letting the Snow Empress eat a little wouldn't matter, but those immortal herbs were too precious. If the Snow Empress truly intended to touch those immortal herbs, Qian would have no choice but to use the Ice Empress's body to stop her. Qian had cultivated the 7-treasure glazed tile school's mind separation control technique to the extreme, simultaneously controlling the Ice Empress's body to recover power while controlling his own body to restore spirit power. After walking around, the Snow Empress looked outside the ice and fire yin-yang well within the divine artifact space. Outside was a vast gray expanse. Occasionally, 5-colored light flashed through the chaos and nothingness. What exactly is this place? The Snow Empress was very curious about it. This was the first time she had seen a space that constituted its own world. This human is truly mysterious, isn't he? The Snow Empress walked up to Qian, who was cultivating, slowly squatted down, and just watched him. Qian watched this scene through the Ice Empress's perspective, unsure what to say. However, sensing that the Snow Empress harbored no malice, he did not interfere and focused on recovering his spirit power. Chapter 167, Taking in the Two Empresses. After a long while, Qian finally assimilated the medicinal power of the dragon Ganoderma leaf, recovering all his spirit power. Not only that, under this level of pressure, Qian's spirit power even made some progress, getting closer to level 60. However, even as a spirit emperor, he was still not powerful enough in this world. Of course, with the system and divine artifact, as long as he didn't court death, no one could kill him. Qian finished his cultivation, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the flawless face of Snow Empress. Compared to half a month ago, Snow Empress's face seemed less cold, with a hint more human warmth. Seeing that Qian had recovered, Ice Empress impatiently asked, "You've recovered, can you let me go now?" "Okay, I'll let you go now," Qian said. He wasn't familiar with Snow Empress, so letting Ice Empress go was a good diversion. Anyway, a split soul of his remained in her body, able to control her body at any time. Ice Empress was a little surprised. She didn't expect Qian would actually dare to release her. The next instant, Ice Empress felt she could control her body, looking at Qian with burning eyes, somewhat eager to try something. But she was also wary of Qian's mysterious methods, so to avoid being controlled again, she didn't make a move. Seeing her being sensible, Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Once Ice Empress was released from control, she immediately ran to Qian, stood beside Snow Empress, and also began to observe Qian, mimicking Snow Empress. "He's really just a spirit king. But how did he control my body?" Ice Empress grew curious. Such a spirit king, she could kill a large group of them with a single breath of cold air. But facing Qian, she didn't even have a chance to strike, unless she brought Snow Empress along. Thinking of this, Ice Empress took Snow Empress's hand and said coquettishly, "Snow Empress, didn't you say you'd help me deal with him?" Qian looked at Snow Empress, also curious about what Snow Empress would do. However, when he was recovering his spirit power earlier, Snow Empress didn't make a move, so he figured she wouldn't do anything to him now either. Although he had controlled Ice Empress's body just now and also controlled this divine artifact space, possessing a certain degree of self-preservation. But with Snow Empress so close, if she made a surprise move, Qian would find it very difficult to dodge. Snow Empress shook her head and said, "Binger, we cannot harm him." Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Snow Empress was indeed steady. Although Ice Empress had anticipated this, she didn't expect Snow Empress to be so direct, not giving her any face at all. "Doesn't she love me anymore? Do humans really have such great charm? Could it be that she dislikes my main body as a big scorpion? Should I undergo transformation to be with Snow Empress?" Although Snow Empress's personality was aloof, she still detected Ice Empress's thoughts. She then said to Ice Empress, "Feel it again, is there anything different about this world?" This world. Ice Empress began to perceive this world and quickly discovered the anomaly. Human spirit masters need a certain enlightenment to cultivate to level 96, Some gain enlightenment from heaven and earth, others from their own Tao. Spirit beasts are the same. Upon reaching their realm, they can easily detect anomalies in heaven and earth. Ice Empress was a little excited. Sister Snow Empress, this world doesn't seem to have the heavenly tribulation that suppresses our spirit beast cultivation. Her cultivation level had broken through 400,000 years, and she had a premonition of the approaching heavenly tribulation, able to know the approximate time of the heavenly might's descent. But within this space, she actually couldn't sense the heavenly tribulation anymore. Moreover, this world was complete, seemingly able to support her continued cultivation. Just like Tianmeng ice silkworm, hiding in the ice abyss, directly cultivating to 990,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. If she could cultivate her body into a divine body, her soul into a divine soul, and her spirit power into divine force, even if she returned to the Douluo continent, she would no longer fear the heavenly tribulation. Snow Empress nodded and said, "Indeed, this is our great opportunity." Qian listened to their conversation and understood what they meant. Although his divine artifact space was chaotic, the heaven and earth were complete, capable of supporting their cultivation without worrying about the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, an ice and fire yin-yang well had also formed here, providing an environment suitable for Ice Empress and Snow Empress's cultivation. Qian looked at Ice Empress, raising an eyebrow, wanting to see what she would do. Ice Empress naturally noticed Qian's gaze, and she said coyly, "Qian, thank you for saving me and Snow Empress." Qian shook his head and chuckled. It was his first time seeing Ice Empress like this. "What? You don't want to kill me anymore?" Qian asked. "Who told you to control me? And to touch me and Snow Empress's?" Ice Empress's face flushed, and a surge of anger involuntarily rose in her heart, but she still suppressed it, giving up on confronting Qian. She recalled Qian's actions and turned to glance at Snow Empress. But Snow Empress's expression was as cold as ever, as if she hadn't heard what Ice Empress was saying. Having been in the human world for so long, how could she not know what kind of person Qian was? He must covet her and Snow Empress's beauty, even betraying humanity to become a human traitor, just to save them. Hearing this, Qian also felt a bit awkward and didn't continue bickering with Ice Empress. He also glanced at Snow Empress, finding that Snow Empress seemed like a soulless doll, completely indifferent to it. That's right, his main body had also seen Snow Empress's body, and he even helped her get dressed. She didn't mind that, so why would she mind him taking advantage of her using Ice Empress's body? "Do you really want to cultivate here?" Qian asked. "Of course," Ice Empress said, and seeing no reaction from Snow Empress, she asked Snow Empress again, "Sister Snow Empress, isn't that right?" "Yes." Snow Empress also nodded. "But I need to return to the extreme north land first to entrust it to trustworthy spirit beasts." Snow Empress looked at Qian and asked, "Can you allow us to cultivate here?" "Of course," Qian said. Who wouldn't want to carry around two powerful helpers comparable to Limit Douluo? Although after their cultivation level breaks through, they will encounter heavenly tribulation if they reappear on the Douluo continent. But by the time their cultivation level breaks through, Qian would long since no longer need them as fighters. "I knew it," Ice Empress muttered. She had long known that Qian coveted Snow Empress's beauty and would agree to Snow Empress staying. Qian glanced at Ice Empress and said, "However, I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Ice Empress thought his condition involved Snow Empress, so she stood in front of Snow Empress and said, "You wish." Snow Empress had finally gotten a little closer to her. How could she let this human do anything to Snow Empress? "I just wanted to say, when I need help, regardless of whether the opponent is a spirit beast or a human, you must help me in battle." So that was the condition. Ice Empress realized, her face a little red. "How about it? Can you agree to this condition?" Qian asked. Ice Empress nodded, then looked at Snow Empress. Snow Empress pondered for a moment and said, "We cannot deal with some of the beast kings of the extreme Northland." This was her bottom line. No matter what, she was the ruler of the extreme North land. Chapter 168, Detoxification. Seeing the two girls agree, Qian smiled easily. With the help of Ice Empress and Snow Empress, two great vicious beasts, who on the Douluo continent could still threaten him. However, his own strength was the most reliable. Even with 2 super fighters, Qian would not stop cultivating. Alright, then you two cultivate here. I'll go out for a while. Qian prepared to leave the divine artifact space to report his safety to Luer Long, otherwise, she would probably worry about his sudden departure. You're going out. Can you take us with you? Ice Empress asked, sounding worried. If Qian trapped them here, they would have no way to leave this world. Qian nodded and said, yes, but you have to wait a moment. His current teleportation method sent him directly next to Luer Long, and bringing 2 spirit beasts along wouldn't be ideal. Therefore, he had to find an uninhabited place before he could release Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Ice Empress was still somewhat worried, but Snow Empress shook her head at her and said, Binger, trust Qian. He will return. Snow Empress could sense that Qian's concern for her was genuine. Fine then. If you dare to deceive me, don't expect me to help you fight ever again. Ice Empress huffed. After speaking, she looked at the spirit medicine in the medicine garden and asked, can I eat those spirit medicine? Many of these spirit medicine were 10,000-year level medicine kings, and the medicinal power they contained was comparable to 10,000-year ice marrow. Although the attributes were not as compatible with them as 10,000-year ice marrow, a large quantity could still cause a qualitative change, significantly advancing their cultivation level. Moreover, they possessed spirit beast bodies, allowing them to eat freely, unlike humans who had to slowly digest them to increase their cultivation level. You can eat them, but only with my permission. Qian said. In any case, the medicinal ingredients in this treasure land grew exceptionally fast. They could just plant a new batch after finishing one. However, those immortal herbs couldn't be given to Ice Empress, as it would be too wasteful. He also needed to save some of those 10,000-year medicine kings for himself or those around him. God King Tang once used a spiritual herb to directly help Ji Shang open up the meridians in his body, allowing him to cultivate mysterious heaven skill. He also needed to save some spirit medicine in case he encountered similar situations in the future. That's great. Human, I kinda like you. Ice Empress said happily. If these spirit medicine were placed here and she couldn't touch them, it would be too difficult for her. Even Snow Empress was very envious of these spirit medicine. In her excitement, Ice Empress immediately wanted to drag Qian to mark the spirit medicine she could pick and eat. Even leaving this space was no longer that important. But as soon as she grabbed Qian's hand, her body swayed, and she couldn't stand steadily. Qian quickly supported her and asked, Ice Empress, what's wrong? Leaning against Qian's chest, Ice Empress said uncomfortably, I think I've been poisoned. It's fine, let me rest. She had consumed too much today and had been controlled by Qian, leaving her no time to recover the power within her body. The ice and fire miasma poison generated by the ice and fire yin-yang well took advantage of her weakness, causing her to be deeply poisoned. However, given some time, she could still force out the miasma poison. Qian frowned. The ice and fire yin-yang well here also produced miasma poison, but correspondingly, it also suppressed all other toxins. If the 2 girls were going to cultivate here in the future, they couldn't afford to be unable to withstand the poison here. At this moment, Snow Empress also cast her gaze over, noticing that Qian showed no signs of being poisoned. Qian didn't hide it and said directly, I have a way to make you resist the toxins here. What way? Ice Empress's eyes lit up. If she could solve this once and for all, she wouldn't want to force out the poison herself every time. Who knew how long it would take for her to completely adapt to the poison here if things continued this way? Qian said, my body and blood are resistant to the poison here. As long as you drink a little of my blood, you won't fear the poison here. In fact, it wasn't just the poison here. Theoretically, his blood could already suppress all toxins. However, if taken in small quantities, it would only grant resistance to the poison here. He learned this discovery from Tang San. The poison of the ice and fire yin-yang well not only harmed humans but also harmed spirit beasts. That's why the spirit medicine here, even after accumulating 10,000 years of medicinal power, still couldn't transform into spirit beasts. To allow Ah Yin to stay near the ice and fire yin-yang well for a long time, Tang San dripped his blood onto the leaves of the blue-silver emperor. He also mixed his blood into medicinal pill and gave them to Tang Hao, so Tang Hao wouldn't fear the miasma poison of the ice and fire yin-yang well either. However, in this lifetime, Tang San would not have this opportunity. He had already stripped the ice and fire yin-yang well of its immortal herbs, aged spirit medicine, and poisons. Your blood. Ice Empress's eyes lit up. She quickly opened her mouth, intending to bite Qi Tian's neck nearby. What are you doing? Ice Empress's lips felt soft and cold, startling Qi Tian. Who sucks blood from the neck? Was she trying to kill him? Qi Tian quickly activated the power of his body martial soul. His body was powerful, and his skin was extremely tough. Ice Empress bit gently, not breaking the skin, as if she were kissing his neck. What a strong body. Ice Empress sighed internally. She hadn't expected a human's body strength to be comparable to that of a 10,000-year spirit beast. If Qi Tian continued to cultivate, wouldn't his body strength become harder than her main body's great pincer? So what should I do? Ice Empress raised her head, licking her lips as she asked. Qi Tian sighed, placed his hand in front of her, and said, just suck from here. Don't take too much. You're quite nice. Ice Empress felt relieved seeing that Qi Tian wasn't angry, and she bit Qi Tian's index finger. This time, Qi Tian didn't defend, allowing Ice Empress to break the skin of his finger and let the blood flow into her mouth. Ice Empress slowly sucked Qi Tian's finger, occasionally licking it with her cold tongue. Qi Tian felt somewhat restless because of her. If he hadn't known Ice Empress's nature, he might have thought she was teasing him. After a good while, Qi Tian felt it was enough and quickly pulled his finger out. Stop, that's enough. If she kept sucking, he felt he would suffer from excessive blood loss. Ice Empress remained leaning in Qi Tian's arms, watching him withdraw his hand, feeling a bit reluctant. Just let me suck one more time. My head is still a bit dizzy, the poison definitely hasn't been completely neutralized. Ice Empress said, are you getting addicted? Do you think I'm a blood cow? Qi Tian said helplessly. Ice Empress realized the importance of blood to humans and finally gave up. Your blood tastes quite good. It has a faint, charming fragrance, Ice Empress said shyly. She discovered that Qi Tian's blood not only detoxified but also carried a faint fragrance of spirit medicine. She felt as if she were drinking the sap of a spiritual herb. Qi Tian knew that it was the taste of Douluo tulip, combined with the warmth of coxcomb phoenix sunflower. These characteristics had manifested in him. Only then did he notice that his blood was faintly shimmering with golden light. Has the ice-fire alchemical body been completed? Qi Tian wondered internally. The miniature ice and fire yin-yang. Well inside him had refined his body for so long, and finally, the golden body was forged. Chapter 169, Cultivating Purple Demon Eye. After Bingdi drank Kishin's blood, the miasma toxins in her body had been slowly neutralized. However, the look in her eyes when she gazed at Kishin had changed. It was even more fervent than the look she had previously given the spirit medicine in the herb garden. It was as if she wanted to swallow Kishin whole, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Kishin turned his head away and looked at Snow Empress. Snow Empress, do you want to drink some too? That way, you won't have to spend time specifically neutralizing the miasma toxins here. Upon hearing this, Bingdi hurriedly chimed in, that's right, Snow Empress, hurry and try it, his blood is so fragrant and delicious. Kishin felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that Bingdi truly wanted to eat him, and in the literal sense of the word. He used the system's possession to absorb the medicinal power of quite a few immortal herbs. Octagonal mysterious ice grass, fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable, autumn water clarity dew, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and Douluo tulip, a total of 5 immortal herbs. Among them, the octagonal mysterious ice grass, fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable, and autumn water clarity dew were absorbed while in possession of Bibi Dong. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower and Douluo tulip were absorbed while in possession of Lu Erlong and Ning Rongrong. The narcissus jade bone was consumed by Zhu Zuqing, but Kishin did not manage to siphon any medicinal power, so his body did not contain the medicinal power of the narcissus jade bone. Generally speaking, a person can consume at most 1 immortal herb to achieve a rebirth. Yet, under the influence of the system, Qian had managed to siphon the medicinal power of 5 immortal herbs. Although these medicinal powers were digested with the help of the system, it also made his body into an existence akin to Tang monk meat. Qian looked at the remaining immortal herbs in the garden. If he could possess the right person next time, he could absorb these immortal herbs as well. In the herb garden, there were still 2 stalks each of surpassing gold Madonna, 9th rank purple Ganoderma, yearning heartbroken red, and 8-petaled immortal orchid. There was 1 stalk each of serene fragrance Qiluo immortal product, Narcissus jade bone, and Qiluo tulip. There were also 2 stalks of snow swan kiss, but these 2 immortal herbs were not meant for consumption, they were used to stimulate toxicity. It was a pity that when he was in possession of yin, the 4 immortal herbs that Bibi Dong and Luer Long had consumed were already gone, otherwise, Qian could have pilfered a few more. I still haven't given Zhu Zuyun the immortal herb I promised her. Qian thought for a moment and prepared to give her 1 8-petaled immortal orchid. As for the remaining stalk of Narcissus jade bone, Qian planned to wait until he possessed the right person next time to consume it, so he could siphon its medicinal power as well. Snow Empress stepped forward and looked at Qian expectantly. Qian felt as if he were raising 2 daughters. Although Bingdi and Snow Empress had the minds of adults, at this moment, they were like hungry little girls waiting to be fed. Seeing this, Qian had no choice but to extend his hand. Snow Empress, like Bingdi, bit Qian's finger and began to suck his blood. Fortunately, he cultivated the body martial soul and possessed the true dragon physique granted by the system. His body was strong, his blood-generating ability was powerful, and he could recover quickly. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Bingdi asked from the side. Qian was speechless. The way Bingdi looked, it was as if she were the one who had shared the blood with Snow Empress. Snow Empress did not reply and quietly sucked on Qian's finger. Looking at her white hair and delicate face, and feeling her smooth, cool lips and tongue, Qian couldn't help but be slightly dazed. Her white hair combined with Snow Empress's cold, detached expression was truly ethereal and perfectly suited Qian's aesthetic. After a long time, it was Bingdi who reminded him, "Snow Empress has been drinking blood longer than I have, I want to drink some more too." She grabbed Qian's other hand and was about to put it to her mouth. Fortunately, Qian was quite strong and did not let her succeed. At the same time, he pulled back his other hand. "All right, I'm not a spirit beast, how could I have so much blood for you to drink?" Qian said. "Stingy," Bingdi muttered. The look in Snow Empress's eyes toward Qian became even more intimate. Having drunk Qian's blood, she felt that their relationship had become even closer. Qian ignored Bingdi's muttering and began to instruct them on which medicinal herbs they could not eat, which were restricted, and which they could eat freely. Snow Empress carefully committed Qian's words to memory, and Bingdi no longer had the same enthusiasm for those spirit medicines as she had initially. After tasting Qian's blood, she felt that her palate had become refined. This was exactly what Qian wanted, otherwise, he would have been worried about her sneaking immortal herbs. However, Qian would not let his guard down. He would keep a distracted eye on Bingdi's actions, and if she tried to touch the immortal herbs, he would take control of her body. Qian did not plan to withdraw the consciousness he had placed on Bingdi so quickly. "I'm going out for a while, you two cultivate here," Qian said. Just then, Bingdi suddenly asked, "Qian, can you get that woman who helped me surround and killed Tianmeng Ice silkworm last time?" What do you want with her?" Qian was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know why she was looking for Bibi Dong. Bingdi glanced at Snow Empress and said, "Snow Empress and I want the origin of the ice dragon that remains in the ice and fire yin-yang well. If that woman is willing to help, Snow Empress and I only want the origin of the ice dragon, the origin of the fire dragon can be given to her." She hadn't realized that Qian's spirit power was only level 58, otherwise, she would have just asked Qian to help. Now she could only think of Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong had left a deep impression on her last time. Qian suddenly realized that she still wanted the legacy of the 2 great dragon kings. He pondered for a moment and said, "Wait a while longer, you two cultivate here first, and I will think of a way regarding those 2 origins." Qian felt it was best not to take this risk for now. Because the origin of the fire dragon was not very useful to Bibi Dong or himself, though it would be a good supplement for Luo Long. But they were, after all, former divine rank dragon kings. Even if only a residual soul remained now, it was not something they could plot to obtain. Unless they waited for Bibi Dong to recover her level 99 spirit power, or even until she became a god through the god trial. By then, Bibi Dong could stay on the Douluo continent for 100 days, and she would have plenty of opportunities to scour this world. Alright then. Bingdi felt a bit disappointed. However, her life was very long, and she didn't mind waiting a little longer. Now that she had a place where she could both cultivate and not have to fear the heavenly tribulation, she could live for at least another 100,000 years. Qishan left them in the divine artifact space and returned to Luo Long's side. Early morning. As soon as Qishan appeared, Luo Long opened her eyes. She looked at Qishan resentfully, thinking he had gone to find other women in the middle of the night. She also discovered that one piece of clothing was missing from her spirit tool. Luo Long didn't ask Qishan who he had gone to find. Whenever she found out who was wearing her clothes later, she would know who Qishan had found tonight. She could only blame herself for her insufficient cultivation and her body not being strong enough. She hadn't been able to drain Qishan dry last night. Qishan did not notice her expression and kissed her. "You're awake. Let's go, I still have skills to teach you." He had already taught Luo Long the soul core condensing method. What he was going to teach her today was the cultivation technique he had pilfered from Tang San. He spent some time being intimate with Luo Long, then took her to a wide, open area. "The skills I am going to teach you are called Purple Demon Eye, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, and Mysterious Jade Hand." Chapter 170, The Mustard Seed Realm. Tang San arrives at his Shrek. After Qi Tian finished teaching Luo Long the Purple Demon Eye, he also began to cultivate. Early in the morning, the sun began to rise. A wisp of purple qi from the east was drawn into Qi Tian's eyes. The purple qi of the morning sun was full of vitality, nourishing Qi Tian's mental force. During this period, Qi Tian had completely mastered the several cultivation techniques he had obtained from Tang San. The purple demon eye is divided into 4 major realms: panoramic, micro-observation, mustard seed, and vastness. When he began cultivating the purple demon eye, he reached the micro-observation realm as soon as he entered the door, achieving the level of most Tang sect disciples. In these last few days, he had even broken through to the mustard seed realm, reaching the highest level of the Tang sect. This was because his mental force was already powerful, and the mustard seed realm was not his limit yet. After cultivating the purple demon eye, the speed at which he refined the mental origin of the Tianmeng Eye silkworm became faster, and his mental force also rose accordingly. Give him some more time, and he would naturally be able to cultivate the purple demon eye to the vastness realm. By then, the mental attack skill of his head wisdom spirit bone should become even more powerful. During this time, Qi Tian was also constantly comprehending the purple demon eye, trying to see if he could fuse his head soul bone skill into his eye technique to refine it into a purple divine light. Just then, a wisp of purple qi from the east also flowed into Luo Long's eyes. Her talent was also quite good, and with the foundation of having learned the mysterious heaven skill, she had actually mastered the purple demon eye right away. Furthermore, Luo Long already possessed the cultivation level of a titled Douluo. As long as she cultivated for a period of time, she would be able to reach the mustard seed realm. Qi Tian was very gratified and thought to himself, "Tang San, oh Tang San, let me help you carry forward the legacy of the Tang sect on the Douluo continent." He had already passed the cultivation techniques to several people, including Bibi Dong, the Zuqing sisters, Ning Rongrong, Yin, and others. Except for the 100 solutions for hidden weapons, he had already obtained all of the Tang sect's legacy. Bibi Dong's spirit power was restricted by the god trial, but her mental force was not, so she should be able to cultivate the purple demon eye to the vastness realm very soon. By then, Bibi Dong might be able to cultivate the purple divine light or even the Rakshasa demon light. Even if Tang San cultivated the purple divine light or the Asura demon light, he would not be able to do anything to Bibi Dong. However, in this lifetime, Tang San should have no chance, because the autumn water clarity dew had already been intercepted by himself and Bibi Dong. I wonder what kind of expression Tang San will have when he sees his enemy shooting the purple divine light from her eyes. Benefactor, have I succeeded in refining it? Lu Erlong stood up and looked at Qi Tian. A purple light also flashed across her eyes, which was clearly a sign that she had mastered the purple demon eye. Qi Tian nodded and said, "Not bad. You must persist in your cultivation in the future. Cultivating the purple demon eye can train the soul. After your mental force becomes strong, it should be easier for you to comprehend and reach level 96 in the future." Lu Erlong nodded. "I understand, thank you, benefactor." Being addressed this way by her, Qi Tian felt quite pleased, so he did not ask her to change the form of address. "All right, I will now teach you the ghost shadow perplexing track and the mysterious jade hand," Qi Tian said. Thinking of Lu Erlong using her martial soul true body, turning into a fire dragon, but stepping with the ghost shadow perplexing track. Footwork, Qi Tian felt it was bizarre. Okay. Qi Tian passed all the cultivation techniques to Lu Erlong and then proposed to leave. He had already left Star Luo City for several days and needed to go back to Star Luo City to show his face. Otherwise, even with Spirit Kite Douluo guarding, it would be hard to guarantee that no one would notice anything unusual and ruin Bibi Dong's plan. In Suotuo City, Tang San sneezed. "Who is thinking of me?" He looked towards the northwest and muttered to himself, "Xiao Wu, is it you who is thinking of me? Wait for me, I will definitely come back to save you." Tang San was holding a human head in his hand as he stepped into a small room in the inn. "Little San, what is this?" Yu Shaogang looked at the head in Tang San's hand and was startled. When he looked closely, he realized that the head in Tang San's hand was that of the spirit master who had insulted him yesterday. "Teacher, this person actually insulted you yesterday. He already had a way to die, so I killed him overnight," Tang San said. "Little San." Yu Shaogang felt a surge of emotion in his heart, feeling that it was worth taking this disciple. Regardless of anything, he was a spirit ancestor, and you are only in your 30s. You must not take such risks for me again in the future, do you understand? Don't forget that you still need to avenge His Excellency Houshan and save Xiao Wu, Yu Shaogang said. "Teacher, I understand," Tang San said, casually throwing the head on the ground. He went to kill someone last night, naturally not just to avenge Yu Shaogang, but more to test the cultivation method that Elder Ant had taught him. Using blue-silver grass to absorb this person's spirit power, and then using the clear sky hammer to operate the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, it was actually possible to refine spirit power. With the mysterious heaven skill combined with the clear sky hammer, in one night, his spirit power increased by 2 levels. Breaking through from level 35 to level 37. Most of the impurities in his spirit power were also forced into his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. When he arrived at Heaven Do City a few months ago, he was only level 30. He broke through 2 levels after absorbing a spirit ring, and only broke through 3 levels after absorbing a spirit bone. But killing one person allowed him to break through 2 levels, which made Tang San a bit addicted. "All right, let's set off for Shrek Academy, there you will definitely receive the best treatment," Yu Shaogang said firmly. "Flender, although I was sorry for you back then, now I am bringing you a monster student, you should forgive me, right?" Yu Shaogang thought to himself. Back then, he had indeed used Flender and then walked away. But now that he, the master of spirit theory, was willing to join his academy, if he was still not satisfied, he would be a bit ungrateful. "Yes, teacher," Tang San nodded. Before long, the two of them arrived at a small village outside the city. On a wooden archway hung a crooked sign with the words, Shrek Academy, written on it. Tang San stared dumbfounded at this place that was called an academy but was actually a village. Is this really a Spirit Master Academy? Why is it even worse than Nuoding Academy? Although Tang San was suspicious, he did not speak out. Because he discovered that in this world, only Yu Shaogang and Xiao Wu were good to him, so he would not embarrass Yu Shaogang. "Little San, don't look at this Shrek Academy as dilapidated, the dean of the academy is a spirit saint. With your talent, you will definitely be valued here. Think about it, a spirit saint helping you cultivate with all his might is much better than suffering cold treatment in the Clear Sky sect. Tang San nodded and said, Teacher, I understand. All right, then use your spirit power to amplify your voice and shout, Flender, come out. Towards the inside, Yu Shaogang said. Tang San hesitated a little. That was a spirit saint, would he get beaten up for doing this? Was his teacher's friendship with that dean really that good? However, after a moment of silence, Tang San still followed the instructions and shouted Flender's name towards the village. Who is calling me? Before long, a gray figure appeared at an extremely fast speed. The person who came was none other than Flender, an agility attack system battle spirit saint. Tang San's pupils constricted slightly. Although he had practiced the ghost shadow perplexing track, it was only useful for small-scale maneuvering. With Flender's speed, if he wanted to run, it would be very difficult to escape. Chapter 171, Only 3 Devils Remain at Shrek. Yu Shaogang was also visiting Shrek Academy for the first time, but he showed no sign of nervousness. Because he knew that Flender had long been impressed by his extensive spirit theory, and Flender, in running an academy, needed a grandmaster like him the most. Sure enough, when Flender saw the person arriving, his eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Shaogang, is that you? Are you finally willing to come out of seclusion? Flender exclaimed happily. Yu Shaogang nodded and said, Long time no see, Flender. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, Yu Shaogang pulled Flender's hand and led him over to Tang San. Flender felt a bit awkward being led by the hand by another grown man. If this had been more than 10 years ago, he would have been delighted by Yu Shaogang's intimacy. But now, after nearly 20 years apart, he felt that Yu Shaogang had changed significantly. Yu Shaogang used to have a face full of stubble, but now his face was cleanly shaven, and the clothes he wore were much brighter than before. But he didn't care about that. What concerned him was that Yu Shaogang's cultivation level seemed to have been crippled. Although Flender was concerned, he didn't bring it up in front of Tang San, fearing it would hurt Yu Shaogang's pride and cause him to leave without saying goodbye again. Yu Shaogang pulled Flender over to Tang San and introduced Tang San to him. This is my disciple, Tang San. I want him to study at Shrek Academy. What do you think? Flender looked at Tang San. Tang San had an ordinary appearance but seemed very composed, showing no nervousness whatsoever in front of a spirit saint like himself. Shaogang, our Shrek Academy only recruits monster students. Only those under 13 years old and with spirit power above level 21 are called monsters. Changing his tone, he then praised Yu Shaogang. However, Shaogang, your disciple must definitely be an extraordinary monster. Hearing this, a trace of pride appeared on Yu Shaogang's face as he said, Since these are Shrek Academy's rules, we shall follow them. Little San, show Dean Flender the results of your cultivation. Tang San inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Flender's requirement. It wasn't because he met the requirements, but because he felt he could meet geniuses like himself here. After witnessing the power of Spirit Hall and returning to the Clear Sky sect, he realized that an organization's strength was also very important. Moreover, to rebuild the Tang sect, he needed to get acquainted with various geniuses. Greetings, Dean. Tang San bowed. Dean, may I ask what test I need to pass? Flender used his other hand to grasp Tang San's wrist. Tang San subconsciously wanted to dodge but forced himself to endure it. This was his teacher's friend, he shouldn't mean him harm, right? Flender checked Tang San's bone age, then released his hand and said, All right, your age is acceptable. Display your spirit. Tang San displayed his blue-silver grass martial soul, 3 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, pulsed beneath the blue-silver grass. Flender's pupils contracted. A blue-silver grass spirit. Level 37, 3-ring spirit elder. How is this possible? A look of smugness appeared on Yu Shaogang's face as he said, Isn't this a monster? Doesn't this meet your admission requirements? It meets them. Of course it meets them. Shaogang, the disciple you trained is truly extraordinary. Flender was somewhat agitated. Dai Mubai dropped out, and Oscar also wanted to drop out. However, he stopped Oscar using some methods, otherwise his academy would soon be left with only Ma Hongjun. Now that Yu Shaogang brought Tang San, it rekindled his hope. However, compared to Tang San, he valued Yu Shaogang's abilities more. He actually managed to train a spirit elder under the age of 13. What if he became a teacher at Shrek Academy? Flender decided that tonight he would sleep side by side with Yu Shaogang, persuade him thoroughly, and keep him at Shrek Academy. With this signboard reputation present, would he still worry about finding monster students? Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. He had also wanted to test whether Flender could detect his anomaly. Even a spirit saint can't discover it. It seems I can continue using this method to increase my spirit power. Tang San thought internally. As long as his spirit power foundation was solid, no one would discover that he was increasing his cultivation level by devouring the spirit power of others. Qian didn't know that Tang San had unexpectedly obtained the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. He also didn't know that Tang San had embarked on the cultivation path of the Fallen Ones and joined the declining Shrek Academy. However, even if Qian knew, he wouldn't care. Of the original Shrek 7 devils, Dai Mubai was now imprisoned in Spirit City, and Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong stood on his side. Only Ma Hongjun and Oscar remained. With only 3 devils left at Shrek, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, he currently had 2 vicious beast thugs. Even if Tang Chen reappeared, he wasn't afraid of him. At this moment, he was at Zhu Zuqing's house in Star Luo City, watching Zhu Zuyun consume the immortal herb. Both sisters, Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing, had become his women, so Qian was not stingy and gave her the 8-petaled immortal orchid. Not only that, but Qian also taught Zhu Zuyun the Tang sect cultivation technique he had acquired from Tang San, treating them equally. Zhu Zuqing also stood in the room, watching Zhu Zuyun absorb the immortal herb. The 8-petaled immortal orchid has the mildest and most mellow medicinal power among immortal herbs, making it the easiest to absorb. Its most important function is to increase a spirit master's cultivation speed. Theoretically, it is best given to support spirit masters and food spirit masters. But Qian also wanted the medicinal power of the Narcissus Jade Bone for himself, so he still chose to give the 8-petaled immortal orchid to Zhu Zuyun. After a long time, Zhu Zuyun's spirit power finally stabilized, reaching level 47, far surpassing Dai Wuxi. Zhu Zuyun opened her eyes, unable to hide the look of excitement on her face. "Sister, how do you feel?" Zhu Zuqing asked. "I feel better than ever." "Qian, thank you." Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but kiss Qian's cheek. She finally believed that her sister could change the fate of the Zhu family. As long as she and her sister could break through to titled Douluo, the Zhu family would no longer need to be subordinates of the Dai family. "Zuyun, this is an immortal herb, a supreme treasure among spirit medicines. You're not going to dismiss me with just one sentence, are you?" Qian laughed. "Ah, then what do you want?" Zhu Zuyun asked. Qian whispered something into Zhu Zuyun's ear, and Zhu Zuyun's face immediately turned red. "Ah, with Zuqing too? Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Zhu Zuyun glanced at Zhu Zuqing, feeling embarrassed. This was her sister's man. It was already wrong for her to be intimate with him, how could they serve him together? Zhu Zuqing was also a spirit master, with keen hearing and sight, how could she not hear Qian's whisper? Although she appeared cold on the outside, she was more receptive to certain things than Zhu Zuyun, a classic case of being inwardly passionate. Furthermore, the Star Luo royal family had done such things before. Many princes took their brothers' wives after winning the succession struggle. And weren't the wives of the Dai family princes all daughters of their Zhu family? "Sister, the immortal herb cleanses the bones and marrow. You must feel uncomfortable, right? How about we go bathe together?" Zhu Zuqing suggested. She pulled Zhu Zuyun away and winked at Qian. "Zuqing truly understands me." Qian was looking forward to what would happen tonight. Chapter 172, Possessing Bo Saishi Again, The Sea Witch's Test. A few days later, midnight. Qian's consciousness drifted across the sea, arriving once again at Sea God Island, possessing Bo Saishi. He discovered that he had appeared once more inside the dim Sea God Temple. Having been here once, Qian was no longer unfamiliar with this place. However, staying in the sea god temple made Qian feel uncomfortable all over, so he controlled Bo Saxi's body and left the sea god temple. Why is there no reaction? Qian was confused. He had possessed her for so long, yet Bo Saixi didn't give any response. After leaving Sea God Mountain, Qian placed his hands on his chest and began examining his body. Stop. Sure enough, Bo Saixi finally responded. So you were awake? Qian asked with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? Bo Saixi felt like she was about to explode with anger. The dignity of the sea god high priest, cultivated over more than 100 years, was completely ruined by Qian in just a few days. She had maintained two faces, gentle and majestic, for years in public, but now Qian had provoked another side of her. Qian touched himself casually. He was accustomed to this feeling, but Bo Saixi had not adapted. As the high priest, no one had ever treated her like this. The strange sensation in her body made it impossible for her to ignore Qian's actions. Crucially, she couldn't control her own body and could only let Qian ravage it. Fortunately, Qian was using her own body, otherwise, she felt she would die of disgust. High Priest, didn't you promise me you would let me experience the life of an ordinary person? Why did we return to the Sea God Temple? Qian asked. I'll take you now, but can you please let go first? Bo Saixi pleaded. Qian didn't make things too difficult for Bo Saixi. His goal was to complete the system's mission. Since the system hadn't judged the mission complete, it meant Bo Saixi probably hadn't even lived one day as an ordinary person. Qian released his hand and said, Fine, but you said this yourself. If this happens again in the future, I won't be polite. Bo Saixi naturally knew what Qian meant by not being polite. Besides molesting her body, what else could he do to her? But as the high priest, she could not accept Qian's liberties and could only yield to his tyranny. To avoid being controlled by Qian again, she had deliberately hidden in the Sea God Temple these past few days. But she hadn't expected Qian to ignore the sea god's divine might and control her body again. Unconsciously, her faith in the sea god seemed to have wavered slightly. The magnificent sea god couldn't even protect his own high priest. Fine, I'll listen to you. Bo Saixi gritted her teeth. She could only follow Qian's demands for now, otherwise, if Qian used her body to do something socially ruinous in public, she wouldn't know what to do. She already didn't know how to face the sea witch, and she certainly didn't want such things to happen again. Isn't it just living the life of an ordinary person? I'll do it. I must stabilize him first, then find a way to get rid of him. Bo Saixi thought to herself. Seeing her agree, Qian returned to the residence the sea witch had arranged for her and changed clothes. Bo Saixi, whose body was exposed to Qian again, regretted it slightly. She shouldn't have changed clothes, allowing Qian to take liberties once more. How should ordinary people on the sea live? After breakfast, Qian stood by the sea, looking at the boundless ocean and asking. To prevent Qian from causing more trouble, Bo Saixi could only try hard to recall her childhood life. She remembered seeing her parents go fishing before she was 6, so she told Qian about it. Yes, it would be a pity not to fish in such a good place. Going out to sea to fish, this must be the daily routine of the sea inhabitants, right? To complete the mission, Qian had no choice but to procure a small boat. Anyway, Bo Saixi was a titled Douluo level sea spirit master, so even if the small boat capsized, she wouldn't drown. A day passed just like that. Under Bo Saxi's reminder, Qian only operated within the Sea God Island sea area, not going too far to prevent triggering the sea god's punishment. And Bo Saixi watched numbly as Qian failed to catch anything for most of the day. The key was that she hadn't learned any skill in this area. At the sea goddess sacred pillar, the sea witch had just finished listening to her subordinate's report. The high priest went fishing. This must be Qian's doing. The sea witch thought. In her memory, the high priest didn't seem to have a hobby of sea fishing, so this could only be the person controlling Bo Saxi's body. Could Qian's main body be in the sea area near Sea God Island right now? Did he control the high priest's body to go there not for fishing, but to engage in illicit activities? The sea witch felt she had discovered the truth. She recalled what the high priest, under Qian's control, had done to her a few days ago. It was no different from what those lecherous thieves did. If he hadn't stopped last time, the sea witch felt the scales on her tail would have been rubbed bare. If it had continued, her upper body probably wouldn't have been safe either. This is an opportunity, the sea witch thought. Using the skill to control the high priest and fighting against her must consume a considerable amount of spirit power and mental energy. If I find his main body, I'll have a chance to kill him and rescue the high priest. Thinking of this, the sea witch couldn't stay put. With a flick of her fishtail, she jumped into the seawater next to the sea goddess' sacred pillar platform. Beneath this seawater, there was an undercurrent that led to the outer sea area. At this moment, she actually felt a little excited, unsure if it was because she was about to rescue the high priest and take revenge for herself, or because she might see the high priest being defiled by that man. That's the high priest. If that Qian succeeds. The sea witch had previously encountered lecherous thieves through mind reading who harbored thoughts about her, or even the high priest. Unknowingly, she had long been contaminated by the filth hidden in those people's hearts, and certain images surfaced in her mind. When it comes to the mind, there are no saints. The world accessed by mind reading is much dirtier than the real world. Under the sea witch's control, the seawater seemed to come alive, transforming into a current that delivered her to the sea area where Qian was located. This sea area was within the range of the Sea God Island sea area. Qian was sitting quietly on a small boat, fishing. While fishing, he used Bo Saxi's sea god spirit to cultivate spirit power. The sea god spirit is also a divine grade spirit, and its cultivation talent is no weaker than the six-winged angel martial soul. After a period of cultivation, although he might not accumulate much spirit power, every little bit helps, and Qian would not give up on getting stronger. In the seawater, the sea witch had been observing for a long time. Did he really control the high priest's body to go fishing? The sea witch felt helpless. She thought she had a chance to find Qian's main body, but unexpectedly, Qian really spent half a day fishing. Moreover, he seemed to be meditating and cultivating, having discarded distracting thoughts. She couldn't hear any mental voice, rendering mind reading useless. No, I can't have come here for nothing. The sea witch couldn't stand it anymore. Crucially, Qian hadn't caught a single fish. She found a sizable fish and directly hooked it onto Qian's fishing hook. The sea fish bit the hook, pulling the line and startling Qian, who was immersed in cultivation. Huh, did I catch a fish? Chapter 173, Witch. Demoness. Qian lifted his fishing rod and saw the fish that had been reeled in. At the same time, he also saw the mermaid hiding in the sea. Qian's mental force had now reached the titled Douluo level, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to cultivate the purple demon eye to the mustard seed realm. Since he was currently using Bo Saxi's body, how could he fail to notice the sea witch? However, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He had been immersed in his cultivation earlier, and yet he hadn't noticed someone approaching him. I have been living too comfortably. I cannot let this happen again in the future. Qian thought to himself. Fortunately, he was using Bo Saxi's body. Even if it were injured, it would not affect his main body. But if the mission failed, would the system give him another chance? The sea witch was very well hidden, her aura blending perfectly with the sea, making it very difficult for others to discover her. Sea spirit masters who had cultivated to a high realm could almost all achieve this. If spirit masters from the land encountered a sea spirit master of the same realm in the sea, they would almost certainly be defeated. Qian tossed the fish into the small water tank on the boat and, ignoring the sea witch in the sea, started chatting with Bo Saixi. High Priestess, you head out to sea to fish, and you actually arrange for someone to bait the hook for you. Qian had already guessed the sea witch's appearance. She had used mind reading to read his inner thoughts and realized he was a fake. Therefore, Qian no longer covered it up or restrained his thoughts, letting the sea witch listen to whatever she wanted. Bo Saixi naturally also saw the mermaid in the water, but she did not warn Qian. Because she did not know the sea witch's purpose either, perhaps the sea witch was here to help her. She was not arranged by me. Bo Saixi said truthfully. Qian was just joking in the first place. So he didn't continue to tease Bo Saishi about someone baiting the fish for her. He looked into the seawater, knowing that the sea witch was currently using her innate mind-reading ability on him. He also knew that the sea witch knew that he knew she was using her mind-reading ability on him from within the water. Since that was the case, Qian continued to fish calmly, while his mind constantly recalled the figures of the sea witch and Bo Saishi. He thought through every pose he could imagine, letting these useless, trashy thoughts pollute the sea witch. Underwater, the sea witch used mind reading on Qian, but the content she heard made her blush furiously. Damn it, this guy is actually using those lewd, trashy thoughts to deal with me. The sea witch was so angry that she stopped baiting Qian's hook and dove straight out of the water. Since she knew mind reading, she naturally knew that Qian knew that she knew his identity. Since Qian had not made a move against her, it meant that Qian did not care about this, so she had nothing left to hide. Watching the mermaid emerge from the water, Qian asked with a smile, "Sea witch, why don't you help me bait the hook with a few more fish? This one fish doesn't seem like enough to eat. Don't even think about it." The sea witch flicked her fish tail, jumped onto the small fishing boat, and sat on the bow, looking like a beautiful painting. "You are controlling the high priestess's body, what exactly do you want to do?" the sea witch asked. Since eavesdropping was useless, she could only ask directly. Even if Qian didn't answer, he would surely think about it in his heart, right? During that process, she could hear Qian's inner thoughts and judge his true purpose. Upon hearing the sea witch's words, Bo Saishi inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Since the sea witch knew she was being controlled, the incident a few days ago where Qian used her to touch her tail shouldn't be blamed on her. She, Bo Saishi, could finally avoid social death. Although being controlled damaged her dignity, it was a fact, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Moreover, since the sea witch had taken action, it meant she intended to rescue her. Perhaps she could really find an opportunity. "Naturally, it is for you, this mermaid." Qian's words matched his heart, focusing on teasing this mermaid. "You are spouting nonsense." The sea witch naturally knew that this was not Qian's true purpose. He answered this way only to deal with her mind-reading ability. The sea witch thought for a moment and then continued to ask the next question, "Who are you? Where is your main body? Sea witch, are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Qian asked directly in return. At the same time, he released his aura. Under the influence of his spirit domain, the surrounding seawater surged backward, surrounding the small boat. The sea witch was startled. Her initial judgment was that Qian would have to spend a lot of effort to control Bo Saixi's body and would have no way to deal with her. That was why she had been so unscrupulous. But now she felt that terrifying aura, as if she were facing Bo Saishi herself. If that were the case, then for Qian to kill her would be as easy as flipping his hand. She was a smart person. Since Qian had demonstrated his strength, she naturally had to submit. "Oh my, didn't you say you came here for me? How could you bear to kill me?" "Right." The sea witch shamelessly pressed herself against him, hugging Qian's body, her slender waist and tail rubbing against him. "This sea witch. She is simply a demoness, a witch." Qian sighed. The sea witch knew mind reading, she was too good at assessing the situation. Moreover, her personality was active and lively, she had no bottom line, and she could handle all kinds of situations. Qian withdrew his spirit power aura, and the sea surface calmed down. Under his control, the small boat did not experience any waves. The sea witch knew that Qian would not harm her, so she breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, let go quickly. It won't be good if others see us, it will damage the dignity of the high priestess and you, a sacred pillar Douluo." Qian said. Although the sea witch's body was very soft, unfortunately, he was currently using Bo Saixi's body, so it was of no use at all. The sea witch let go of Qian, stuck out her tongue, and made a face at him. As a titled Douluo, she was actually acting childish in front of Qian. Qian would not be deceived by her and let his guard down. He only thought about messy, trashy information, letting the sea witch listen to it. Seeing that Qian was actually considering her and Bo Saishi, the sea witch breathed another sigh of relief. Since the other party would take care of her in the High Priestess's face, it meant he would not harm her or the High Priestess. For a moment, the sea witch became a bit curious about Qian's true purpose. There was silence on the boat for a while. Qian continued to fish and cultivate his mysterious heaven skill, using meditation to empty his mind and ensure there were no fluctuations in his thoughts. The sea witch discovered that she could no longer hear Qian's inner thoughts. Looking back, she found that Qian had started cultivating again. This guy, could it be that he is controlling the High Priestess's body just to cultivate and fish? How is that possible? Putting herself in his shoes, even if she had this ability, she wouldn't use it for this, right? But the facts were right before her eyes. Qian really hadn't used Bo Saxi's body to do anything earth-shattering. Chapter 174, A New Use for the Purple Demon Eye. After a long while, as dusk approached, Qian woke up from his state of cultivation. How is it possible that there isn't even a single fish? Qian looked at Sea Witch, who was idly sitting at the bow of the boat, and commanded, "You, go and hook a few more fish for me." How could he return empty-handed? "I won't. If you want fish, go catch them yourself." Since Sea Witch now knew Qian's thoughts, she was no longer as reserved and actually dared to talk back to Qian. Qian coaxed her, "Sea Witch, don't you want to taste fish grilled by the High Priestess herself? If you help me catch fish, I'll grill them for you after we go back." "How about that?" Sea Witch's eyes lit up. She deeply admired Bo Saixi. In the original Fate, after Bo Saixi sacrificed herself, Sea Witch had felt sorry for her. And now, having the High Priestess grill fish for her, even though it was Qian controlling the High Priestess, it was still the High Priestess's body. Who wouldn't want their leader to serve them? Even if the High Priestess regained control of her body and punished her for this, she would accept her fate. "Fine, it's a deal." Sea Witch jumped directly into the sea to catch fish for Qian, even thoughtfully hooking the fish onto his line. Qian enjoyed it for a while, but then felt it was meaningless. He only felt a sense of accomplishment if he caught them himself. "Stop, that's enough to eat," said Qian. Sea Witch jumped back onto the boat and directly used her spirit power to push the boat toward the coast of Sea God Island. Before long, the two avoided the eyes of other sea spirit masters and quietly returned to Bo Saxi's home to start preparing the ingredients and cooking. Qian knew a little bit about cooking. Not to mention his past life. In this life his parents had left him when he was 4 years old. If he couldn't cook, wouldn't he have starved to death? Sea fish meat is tender, and grilling it is. Not as easy as freshwater fish. If sea fish isn't grilled well, it's better to eat it raw. Qian thought for a moment, then circulated the technique of the purple demon eye and applied it to grilling the fish. Since Huo Yuhao could use his spirit eye spirit to grill fish, why couldn't he use the purple demon eye? However, this body had never cultivated the purple demon eye, and currently, the circulation of the technique was only at an entry level. Sea Witch watched Qian grilling the fish intently and didn't notice anything unusual about his eyes. But Bo Saixi noticed it. Is this a self-created spirit ability? Another self-created spirit ability? Bo Saixi was a bit surprised. Qian was using her body, would she not know if she possessed this skill? Furthermore, Bo Saixi sensed the potential of this skill. If cultivated well, it would also be quite useful to her. Her spirit power and soul force had both reached level 99. If she had a pupil technique spirit ability, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Bo Saixi silently memorized Qian's method of circulating power, just as she had memorized the mysterious heaven skill Qian circulated earlier that day. Unknowingly, in the 2 days she had been controlled by Qian, she had actually learned 2 techniques. After a while, it was already night, and Qian had finished preparing several dishes. If he didn't finish soon, he would end his possession for the day. Grilled fish, fried fish, fish soup, steamed fish, raw fish, all kinds of methods were used, resulting in a full fish feast. Relying on his powerful mental force and the purple demon eye, Qian brought these dishes to perfection. Delicious. Sea Witch was already eating, praising him without reservation, as if she had forgotten Qian's identity. A few days ago, she had regarded Qian as an enemy, but after discovering she couldn't beat him, she had completely let the matter go. Qian also sat at the table and tasted his own cooking. Every dish was delicious. It seems using the purple demon eye to cook is feasible, Qian thought. The third realm of the purple demon eye, the mustard seed realm, could see extremely minute changes. Using it for cooking was comparable to Huo Yuhao's spirit. Bo Saishi, sharing senses with Qian, naturally tasted the deliciousness of this feast. She hadn't focused on food for a long time and was inexplicably moved. Having reached her realm, there was little difference between eating and not eating. And to keep her body clean, she hadn't tasted food for a long time. Bo Saishi suddenly felt that if the life of an ordinary person was like this, it didn't seem so bad. Upon thinking this, she memorized all of Qian's cooking methods. Before long, the large table of dishes had entered their stomachs. Which patted her belly in satisfaction, flicking her fishtail contentedly. She glanced at Qian and thought, if only the high priestess could cook for me like this every day. The day passed just like that. Before leaving, Qian reminded Bo Saishi again to remember his words. Qian told her to experience the life of an ordinary person properly, otherwise, next time he possessed her body, he would definitely punish her properly. Which sat in her chair and suddenly wanted to use mind reading on Qian. But at that moment, she sensed that she could no longer hear Qian's inner voice. Just finished eating, and he's starting to cultivate again. Which thought. She looked up at Bo Saishi, only to discover that Bo Saishi was not cultivating, yet her mind reading had failed. And Bo Saixi's expression had returned to its previous state, looking more mature and dignified. Oh no. Witch's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to realize something. Thank you for the hospitality. I just remembered I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Witch stood up to leave, but then heard Bo Saixi's voice. Come back. Witch didn't dare to run. With a sullen face, she obediently sat back down. She feigned surprise and said, High Priestess. Is it you? Have you finally defeated that detestable bastard? Bo Saishi nodded. She hadn't defeated Qian and reclaimed her body. Qian had given it up himself. However, she had thereby figured out the limitations of Qian's skill, and gained a bit more understanding of him. Does this skill really only allow him to control my body for one day? Bo Saishi thought. High Priestess, it was he who took the initiative to cook for me. It really has nothing to do with me, Witch said, feigning pity. Bo Saishi shook her head and said, let's not talk about this. She did not blame Witch for this. She couldn't handle Qian herself, let alone Witch. Moreover, Witch had appeared today to save her. What reason did she have to blame her? Bo Saishi said, since you were able to use mind reading on him, you must have heard quite a bit of information, right? Witch breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly recounted all the information she had gathered. Bo Saishi listened quietly, then murmured, his name is Qian. And he is a man. According to Witch's analysis, Qian was human, lecherous, and a human being. Other information was extremely chaotic, lacking any system, and even contained things that Witch couldn't understand. Finding a person based solely on a name was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, being able to control her body meant Qian's strength could not be underestimated. In this world, he shouldn't be completely devoid of traces. There is absolutely no such person on Sea God Island, so he must be a spirit master from the mainland. Chapter 175, Breaking Through Level 60. Bo Saishi could not leave Sea God Island, but that didn't mean she had no eyes and ears outside. Spirit masters on various islands, pirates at sea, and even some cities along the coastline all spread the faith of the sea god. There were also some sea spirit master organizations that would send supplies to Sea God Island every once in a while. Furthermore, some residents on the island who couldn't cultivate, after reaching adulthood and failing to pass the sea god's test, would move out of Sea God Island. Most of these residents who moved out of Sea God Island still maintained their faith in the sea god. They were naturally the power base of Sea God Island, so although Bo Saishi couldn't leave Sea God Island, she still had a way to know what was happening outside. Even the Sea Witch and the sea god's former mount, the devil spirit Great White Shark, could leave Sea God Island. However, she rarely used these forces before, so Sea God Island had no presence outside and was even called Devil Island. Now that she knew Qitian's name, Bo Saishi naturally arranged for her forces outside the island to investigate Qitian. However, she didn't know when she would be able to find information about Qitian, so before that, Bo Saishi temporarily compromised. She didn't hide back in the Sea God Temple again. Besides handling the few daily affairs, she truly lived the life of an ordinary person. Bo Saishi didn't let the Sea Witch off either. Perhaps to guard against Qitian, she made the Sea Witch come and accompany her whenever she was free. She found that with the Sea Witch's mind reading, even when Qitian was in possession of her, some of his actions were much more restrained. And even to prevent the Sea Witch from mind reading, he focused all his energy on cultivating and developing abilities to guard against mind reading. Bo Saishi and the Sea Witch, both of whom had few friends, actually became closer due to Qitian's influence. Qitian spent a period of peace. Besides cultivating and possessing Bo Saishi for missions every few days, he also occasionally contacted the objects he had possessed to maintain relationships. More than 2 months passed in a flash. On this day, Qitian suddenly had an epiphany, his spirit power surged, and he successfully broke through to level 60, becoming a quasi-spirit emperor. Just as he broke through, the system also reported good news. Bo Saixi's first stage of the mission was actually completed. The reward for this mission was phased, with each phase granting 33.3% Sea God deity position affinity. Inside the cultivation room, Qitian sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the changes within his body. It doesn't feel like anything. On land, Qitian couldn't perceive the benefits of the Sea God deity position affinity at all. Perhaps I can only sense the changes in me at sea. Qitian guessed. The purpose of God position affinity is, firstly, to accommodate the God position, and secondly, to align with related laws. However, only 33.3% God position affinity was useless to Qitian. He wasn't at the stage of comprehending laws yet. When it reaches 67%, it might allow his blue-silver domain to evolve again. When it reaches 100%, it might not be impossible for him to become the Sea God. However, what Qitian had to do now was to acquire his 6th spirit ring and become a true spirit emperor. My 5th spirit ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring sacrificed by Xiao Wu. My 6th spirit ring can't be worse than the 5th, right? Qitian thought. With his current strength, it was difficult to deal with a 100,000-year spirit beast. Even if he had 100,000-year spirit abilities, these few spirit abilities were not primarily offensive skills. Qitian's current offensive spirit abilities included Charm, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, and Wood Dragon Technique. There were also 2 mental attack skills brought by the Head Wisdom Spirit Bone, which were very strenuous to use against a 100,000-year spirit beast. Xiao Wu's Spirit Bone contained 100,000-year offensive skills. According to Xiao Wu, the 2 skills were Instant Kill 8-Stage Drop and Body Softening. Although these 2 skills were passable and highly compatible with his body martial soul, Qitian was not prepared to absorb this spirit bone. To deal with a 100,000-year spirit beast, I still need my 2 enforcers to step forward. Qitian thought to himself. Bibi Dong had a god trial mission and was also preparing to unify the world, so she had many things to be busy with. Qitian would not look for her. The 2 enforcers he spoke of were Ice Empress and Snow Empress. They had only come out once to confirm that they could leave that space, and after that, they had been cultivating within the space. Thinking of this, Qitian's figure flickered, and he entered his divine artifact space. Ice Empress and Snow Empress stopped cultivating and looked at the suddenly appearing Qitian. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. The difference was that Snow Empress just wanted to see Qitian, but Ice Empress did not. Her eyes seemed to be glowing, and she unconsciously swallowed, clearly coveting Qitian's body. She had drunk his blood and seemed to be addicted. Qitian felt goosebumps from Ice Empress's gaze and quickly averted his eyes, fearing that she would try to trick him into drinking his blood again. At this moment, Qitian suddenly discovered that this space had changed again. A void that was once empty had actually given birth to an ocean. What's going on? Qitian was somewhat shocked. His divine artifact space was finally evolving into a world. At this moment, Ice Empress and Snow Empress also noticed this change. We don't know either, this ocean wasn't here just now. Ice Empress also looked at the expanding ocean in shock. Let me see. Qian used his soul to communicate with the divine artifact and discovered the changes here. The ocean was not large, but it was still evolving. At the same time, in another place, an ice plane was quietly evolving. Could it be due to the sea god affinity? The divine artifact I refined was affected by the sea god affinity and began to evolve an ocean. Then the ice plane is because Ice Empress and Snow Empress cultivated here, gradually perfecting the laws of the world. Qian thought to himself. Unfortunately, Qian's soul was not a divine soul, so he couldn't comprehend the laws within, otherwise he should have gained huge benefits. Alright, stop looking, you'll have plenty of time to look later. Qian withdrew his thoughts and said to Ice Empress. Ice Empress nodded, then looked at Qian again, as if she had suddenly discovered something. You've broken through to level 60? Ice Empress asked. Qian nodded. That's right, I want to ask for your help. You wouldn't want me to sacrifice my spirit ring to you, would you? You wish. Snow Empress, save me. Ice Empress said warily. She hadn't forgotten the despair of being controlled by Qian. If Qian controlled her to sacrifice, she would have no power to resist. Alright, Binger, Qian probably doesn't mean that. Snow Empress comforted her. A 400,000-year spirit ring, whether its attributes were compatible or not was no longer important. Ice Empress's spirit ring was indeed very attractive. Moreover, if she was willing to become a spirit soul, she might be able to provide Qian with 4 spirit rings at once. But Qian never thought of absorbing Ice Empress's spirit ring. Snow Empress is right, your spirit ring isn't suitable for me. Qian said. Ice Empress breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt as if she had been underestimated. Chapter 176, Snow Empress's Suggestion, 100,000-Year Snow Lotus. Ice Empress suddenly came before Qian, staring at his face and questioning, what did you say? You dislike my spirit ring. Qian was a bit speechless. When did I ever dislike you? I don't care, you must let me drink a few sips of your blood, only then will I forgive you. Saying that, Ice Empress grabbed Qian's hand, put it into her mouth, and gently bit down. Qian was startled and quickly used his main body spirit. His skin and flesh were tough, and Ice Empress couldn't bite through it. Let go quickly. If you really want to bite, I can give you something else to bite. Qian quickly pulled his hand back. Ice Empress was a spirit beast, even in human form, her teeth were very sharp. Although Qian's physique was strong, if he didn't use a skill, she would definitely bite through him. Pa, how vulgar. I'll bite it right off. Ice Empress muttered softly. Do you really think I don't know anything? Ice Empress gave Qian a disdainful glare. Last time, when she and Snow Empress were released by Qian, she accompanied Snow Empress on a day of shopping in Douluo City, then wanted to return here to cultivate. But who knew that Qian was playing a 3-player game, with Zhu Zuqing and her sister at that time, which greatly opened their eyes. Only then did Ice Empress understand that humans played such elaborate games, making her want to undergo transformation and then live happily ever after with Snow Empress. So Ice Empress was certain that what Qian said he would let her bite was definitely not something proper. Qian was a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. I want you to help me hunt a spirit beast, I need to absorb my 6th spirit ring. Qian stated his purpose. All right. Snow Empress nodded. She had promised before to help Qian as compensation for cultivating here. Although the environment here was similar to the ice and fire yin-yang. Well, in Sunset Forest, Snow Empress had discovered something unusual. This world was a nascent world, and Snow Empress cultivating here was considered a primordial being. She found that her cultivation over the past 2 months was much faster than cultivating outside, and it also allowed her to comprehend many profound things. HMPH, asking for our help but unwilling to shed some blood. How stingy, Ice Empress muttered. However, she didn't refuse, she just wanted to see if she could trick Qian into giving her some blood. Am I that stingy? You've already eaten so many spirit herbs. Qian pointed to the herb garden. Many old ice attribute spirit herbs there had been eaten by Ice Empress, who had instigated Snow Empress to join her. If they're eaten, they're eaten. You were the one who said we could eat whatever we wanted. Ice Empress argued, becoming less and less afraid of Qian. Qian glared at Ice Empress and said, "It seems I really need to control you." "Don't." Ice Empress recalled some unpleasant images and quickly restrained herself. At this moment, Snow Empress asked, "What kind of spirit beast do you want us to help you hunt?" Qian released his blue-silver Emperor martial soul. This time, he didn't use disguise, and all his spirit rings were displayed. 5 spirit rings, yellow, black, purple, black, and red, pulsated, astonishing both Ice Empress and Snow Empress. "I can't believe you actually have a 100,000-year spirit ring. You didn't control a spirit beast to sacrifice itself to you, did you?" Ice Empress joked. Qian frowned. He didn't know why Ice Empress was so hostile towards him. Was she afraid he would take Snow Empress away? Was she jealous? Is that why she was so aggressive towards him? Thinking of this, Qian joked, "Of course it was a sacrifice. Otherwise, how could I absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll control you and sacrifice you." Ah, Ice Empress was startled. Qian nodded with satisfaction, then explained to Snow Empress, "This spirit ring of mine indeed came from a spirit beast sacrifice, but it's not like Ice Empress said. Look." Qian let Xiao Wu, in her spirit soul state, come out. Xiao Wu had a nature that couldn't be confined. She would come out to get some fresh air every day when Qian was cultivating. As soon as she came out, she looked around, only to find herself in an unfamiliar place. "Where is this?" Suddenly, she saw Ice Empress and Snow Empress. "You're also spirit beasts." Xiao Wu was startled. She sensed that the aura of these 2 spirit beasts was too powerful, beyond her comprehension. The 2 spirit beast kings Xiao Wu knew were only 100,000-year spirit beasts, and they would soon face their heavenly tribulation. But the 2 spirit beasts in front of her had a much more powerful aura than her 2 subordinates. "Xiao Wu, they are Snow Empress and Ice Empress, the 2 great spirit beast kings of the extreme Northland." Qian introduced them. At the same time, he also introduced Xiao Wu's state and origin to Ice Empress and Snow Empress. After learning the truth, Snow Empress looked at Qian with even more affection, but Ice Empress was pulling Xiao Wu, asking her all sorts of questions. Qian almost spat blood listening to Ice Empress's questions. Because Ice Empress's aura was too powerful, she was asking, and Xiao Wu was answering. But when it came to Xiao Wu's familiar domain, the roles reversed. "Xiao Wu, you've contracted Qian's spirit soul, can you use his body?" Ice Empress asked. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, "No, but I can use my own spirit ring and soul bone skill." "That's a pity. If I could use his body, then I could also become a spirit soul. When I turn into a man, I'll take his body and have a good time with Snow Empress. No, I'll be with her forever." Ice Empress exclaimed. Xiao Wu was also an experienced old driver. Upon hearing Ice Empress's idea, she actually started discussing it with Ice Empress. Although their voices were low, Qian and Snow Empress heard them. Qian was a bit embarrassed, but he didn't expect Snow Empress to not shy away, even glancing at Qian. If it weren't for her still having that cold expression on her face, Qian would have thought she was like Zuqing, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. "Snow Empress, ignore them, let's go over there to talk." Qian quickly led Snow Empress away, afraid that Ice Empress would spout more outrageous remarks. Snow Empress nodded, and as they walked, she asked, "What kind of spirit ring do you want?" Qian stated his requirements. 100,000-year spirit ring would suffice, preferably from a plant-type spirit beast. His physique and mental force were currently strong enough to withstand the impact of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Snow Empress thought for a moment and said, "I know where there's a spirit beast suitable for you." "Where?" Qian asked. Snow Empress was the spirit beast king of the extreme Northland. It could be said that all spirit beasts in the extreme Northland were her subordinates. If a spirit beast was willing to sacrifice itself, it would be even simpler. Qian's mental force was strong, so hatching another spirit soul would not be a problem. Snow Empress said, "It's a 100,000-year snow lotus." Although that snow lotus is a plant-type spirit beast, it hasn't developed sentience and is still somewhat muddled, so it should meet your requirements. That snow lotus was originally kept by Snow Empress for her own cultivation and transformation, but now with Qian, she no longer had to fear the heavenly tribulation. So she no longer needed that snow lotus and could let Qian have it as his spirit ring. This snow lotus was both a 100,000-year spirit beast and a plant, perfectly meeting Qian's requirements. 177 Sixth Soul Ring. Qian heard this, and his eyes lit up. This 100,000-year snow lotus really seemed capable of serving as his sixth spirit ring. Moreover, with the Snow Empress's help, he could obtain this spirit ring without any effort. Snow Empress, are you really willing to give the 100,000-year snow lotus to me? Qian asked. That was one of the Snow Empress's trump cards. If she lacked the confidence to face the 700,000-year spirit beast heavenly tribulation, she could use the snow lotus to transform into a human and cultivate. But if she gave the snow lotus to Qian, she would only be able to rely on Qian's divine artifact space to avoid the heavenly tribulation. The Snow Empress nodded. Qian was extremely happy. This was a sign of the Snow Empress's trust in him. Thank you, Snow Empress. Qian said gratefully. Aren't you and the Ice Empress planning to return to the extreme North Land? Why don't we set off now? Since he had a goal, Qian naturally didn't want to drag it out. Good. Let's set off now. The Snow Empress nodded. She had made up her mind to cultivate in the small world within Qian's divine artifact. This divine artifact space was full of chaos. She felt that cultivating here was much smoother than outside, and she didn't have to face the spirit beast heavenly tribulation. Therefore, she still needed to return to the extreme North Land to hand over her authority. Qian also felt that the divine artifact, the sea-calming divine pearl, was extraordinary. It was said to be able to evolve into a world. This nascent world, much like the Abyss Plane, also had the potential to nurture a god king. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress staying here to cultivate was equivalent to being the innate beings of this world. Their cultivation here would assist in the evolution of the world, and as the world slowly perfected, they would also gain benefits from it. This was a win-win choice. If discovered by the gods of the God Realm, they would probably all want to snatch this space, integrate it into the God Realm, and enhance the strength of the God Realm, right? Qian looked at the ocean and ice plains evolving within the divine artifact space. He guessed that the evolution of the ocean was related to the sea god affinity he had just obtained. And the evolution of the ice plains was because the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress were cultivating here, and the nascent world had captured the relevant law. Should I bring others in to cultivate? Qian thought to himself. The more perfect this world evolved, the greater the benefits for him. If it completely evolved into a real world, Qian felt he could directly become a god by utilizing the identity of the Plane Master. Forget it, we'll talk about that later. I haven't even completely refined the divine artifact yet. Qian thought to himself. To completely refine and control the divine artifact, Qian felt that his soul realm needed to reach the level of a divine soul. Qian reined in his wandering thoughts and looked at the Ice Empress, who was still chatting with Xiao Wu. Although the Ice Empress was chatting with Xiao Wu, she was also listening with her ears pricked to the conversation between Qian and the Snow Empress. This space was only so big, not a single sound could escape the Ice Empress's hearing. Seeing that Qian and the Snow Empress had finished talking, she leaned over. Snow Empress, are you really going to give the 100,000-year snow lotus to this guy? The Ice Empress was somewhat incredulous. That was a 100,000-year snow lotus. Even if the Snow Empress didn't use it, couldn't she eat it? The Ice Empress believed that if she ate this 100,000-year snow lotus, the benefits she would receive would probably equal half of the Tianmeng ice silkworm's ice attribute origin. I am cultivating here, so I won't need the snow lotus anymore. The Snow Empress said. But the Ice Empress was a bit reluctant. Although it wasn't her item, whatever belonged to the Snow Empress was hers. She looked at Qian with some jealousy, feeling that the love belonging to her had been largely taken away by Qian. No, I must find a way to drink a bit more of his blood. The Ice Empress thought to herself. Qian saw that the Ice Empress's gaze was off, and immediately preempted her. Ice Empress, I will take you out, and you should return to the extreme north land first. Once you arrive at the extreme north land, I will use my skill to teleport to your side, so the Snow Empress and I won't have to travel. Ah, why? The Ice Empress was somewhat unwilling. Why can't you travel, and then after you reach the extreme north land, pick us up? The Ice Empress asked. Qian said, because my speed is not as fast as yours. If I go to the extreme north land alone, it will probably take half a month or even longer. If it were you, you should arrive in a day or two, right? The Ice Empress heard this and was unable to refute it. Qian's strength was vastly different from hers. Returning from Douluo city to the extreme north land would indeed take a very long time. Half a month was calculated based on traveling at full speed. All right then, but you have to give me some benefits. The Ice Empress said. She didn't even need to say it. Qian knew she was greedy again. Fine, but this is the last time. Qian helplessly handed his hand over. He had the attributes of multiple immortal herbs in his body. To spirit beasts, he was like Tang monk meat. The Ice Empress had become addicted. The Ice Empress perked up, immediately putting Qian's finger in her mouth, biting through the skin, and starting to suck blood. This. Xiaowu looked at the Ice Empress's actions in surprise, thinking to herself, can this be a reward? She was a soft-bones rabbit who had cultivated into a human. She had never eaten a human, and thought the Ice Empress wanted to eat a human. Qian glanced at Xiaowu, and an idea immediately came to him. He could perhaps send the experienced Xiaowu to accompany the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress to see if she could change their personalities. To save the Ice Empress from still acting with the temperament of a spirit beast and being unable to change. However, he didn't know if Xiaowu could stay in this space while being separated from him. Qian decided to try it in a while. After a while, Qian felt it was enough and pulled his hand back. His finger was still stained with a wisp of the Ice Empress's crystalline saliva. He didn't know if there was scorpion venom, so Qian hurriedly wiped his hand. This guy actually dares to despise me. The Ice Empress was somewhat indignant. Sooner or later, I will make this guy eat my saliva. The Ice Empress thought to herself. However, after consuming Qian's blood, she felt that Qian seemed a bit closer, and the defenses in her heart lowered a bit. Qian took the Ice Empress and left the divine artifact space, leaving Xiaowu there to accompany the Snow Empress. It actually works. Qian discovered that although he and Xiaowu were separated by two worlds, their connection had not been severed. In this case, he wouldn't have to keep Xiaowu locked inside his body all the time. After leaving the sea-calming divine pearl, the Ice Empress didn't stop and headed north. Qian was afraid she would have an accident, so he also sent a strand of his mind to follow her. A day later, the Ice Empress arrived at the extreme north land and communicated with Qian's consciousness, urging him to hurry over. Qian gave instructions to Zhu Zuqing and then took the Snow Empress to the core circle of the extreme north land. The Snow Empress took Qian directly to the place where that snow lotus grew. Is this the 100,000-year snow lotus? Qian looked at the snow lotus. This snow lotus was as white as snow, its petals crystalline and transparent, looking like a precious handicraft. It was somewhat similar to the spirit medicine of the ice and fire yin-yang well, but the difference was that the environment here did not suppress it from becoming a spirit beast. Even so, it was still difficult for it to open its spiritual wisdom and possess basic intelligence like an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast. Chapter 178, Breaking Through to Spirit Emperor. This snow lotus was originally a type of heaven and earth treasure. When this type of heaven and earth treasure reaches 100,000 years, it is equivalent to a grade 9 spirit medicine. The 9th rank purple Ganoderma and crystal blood dragon ginseng are examples of this. One is the 9th rank ginseng king, and the other is the grade 9 Ganoderma king. If it were to gain spiritual intelligence, it would be fiercer than an ordinary 100,000-year spirit beast. This snow lotus accidentally became a spirit beast, but it still lacked the intelligence of a spirit beast, and it was unknown when it would gain sentience. Go ahead. We will protect you, Snow Empress said. Qian nodded and acted, cutting off the vitality of this snow lotus. Before long, a red spirit ring appeared. Qian had long since adjusted his aura to its optimal state. He took a deep breath and used his blue-silver grass martial soul to approach the spirit ring. This was his first time absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring entirely on his own, and he wasn't sure if he would succeed. However, given his powerful physique comparable to a spirit beast, and the fact that he had been cultivating qi and blood power using his body martial soul to refine his body, there shouldn't be any problems. A massive and icy energy surged into Qian's meridians. In an instant, Qian's body swelled up, but no blood seeped out. Hiss. Qian felt intense pain throughout his body, but he forcefully endured it while sorting out the power of this spirit ring. This guy can actually absorb 100,000-year spirit ring. Ice Empress was somewhat surprised. Snow Empress, standing nearby, sighed in relief. She knew that since Qian had withstood the first wave of energy impact, there would be no major problems afterward. Moreover, since this snow lotus hadn't gained spiritual intelligence, its spiritual body was pure and didn't cause any impact to Qian's soul. Seeing that Qian was almost certain to successfully absorb the spirit ring, Ice Empress also relaxed. Although she often clashed with Qian, she was still worried about something happening to him. Snow Empress, do you still want that snow lotus? Ice Empress asked. Qian had taken the snow lotus's spirit ring, but the snow lotus had only lost some of its power, it hadn't become worthless. Just like those 100,000-year sea spirit beasts, after killing them and absorbing their spirit rings, their fish brains and pill pearls still retained value. Snow Empress shook her head and said, no need. I ate a snow lotus before, and its help to me won't be significant now. Ice Empress's eyes lit up, and she picked up the snow lotus. 2 hours later, the violent aura around Qian stabilized, and a wave of spirit power breakthrough spread out. The ice and snow covering him were blown away, and his spirit power began to break through. Level 61, level 62, it only stopped when he reached level 64. This spirit ring directly helped him break through 4 levels of spirit power, comparable to an immortal herb. This spirit ring provided Qian with 2 spirit abilities. One was Dance of the Ice Flowers, where the petals and leaves transformed into a flying tornado. It was somewhat similar to Yu Guan's Chrysanthemum Tornado, Withered Chrysanthemum, wounds covering the ground, but as a 100,000-year spirit ability, its power would be greater. The second was Snow Lotus Seal, which could be used on people, spirit beasts, or even himself. It could seal vitality, spirit power, or even the origin. This was a divine skill, and Qian was very satisfied with this skill. Qian woke up from his cultivation state, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ice Empress and Snow Empress waiting nearby. Ice Empress was still holding the remaining body of the snow lotus in her hand. What are you looking at? I gave you the spirit ring, this flower can't go to waste either. Ice Empress reverted to her spirit beast form. She broke open the snow lotus, tossed a crystalline spirit bone emitting a misty radiance to Qian, and then stuffed the entire flower into her mouth. Qian took the spirit bone, it was a 100,000-year left leg bone. Inside his spirit tool, there was also Xiao Wu's right leg bone, which he hadn't absorbed yet. Before long, Ice Empress finished eating the snow lotus. But just then, her aura broke through a level, and an inexplicable heavenly pressure descended. Ice Empress felt something in her heart, looked up at the sky, and sensed the heavenly might. It's the heavenly tribulation. It descended early and locked onto me. Qian, quickly take me away. Ice Empress urgently said. She had originally thought she could handle this 400,000-year heavenly tribulation, but now she suddenly chickened out. Perhaps because she had a way out, she didn't want to take this risk. Seeing this, Qian quickly activated the divine artifact Sea Calming Divine Pearl and stored Ice Empress inside the divine artifact space. The terrifying heavenly might discovered its target was gone and soon vanished. Snow Empress sighed and said, Ice Empress dodged this heavenly tribulation, so the power of her 500,000-year heavenly tribulation will double. Just like Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, who dodged 9 heavenly tribulations, the power of its million-year heavenly tribulation will definitely be more terrifying than any other heavenly tribulation. However, the power of this heavenly tribulation seems somewhat abnormal. It is stronger than a typical 400,000-year heavenly tribulation. Given Binger's current state, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for her to pass this heavenly tribulation, Snow Empress thought to herself. Qian was also startled by the power of the heavenly tribulation. In the face of the heavenly tribulation, humans were truly too insignificant. Having just broken through to level 64, he couldn't feel proud at all. I still have to work hard at cultivation, Qian thought. He was only a spirit emperor now. After Bibi Dong completes her god trial and becomes a god, the god realm will definitely cultivate a god to oppose her. This is the balance played by the god realm, but if Qian's strength cannot keep up by then, he will be unable to intervene in this game. I need to ask Bibi Dong how far along her god trial is. Qian thought. It doesn't take much effort for the god realm to cultivate a new god, they can even allow a spirit saint to become a god directly. Just like the original Qian Runshui, who accommodated a god position and became a god with the cultivation level of a spirit saint. After she shattered her god position, her cultivation level also fell back down. Snow Empress, are your matters settled? Qian asked. Snow Empress shook her head and said, wait for me at my house for a while, I'll be back soon. She left Qian at the Crystal Palace while she went to another spirit beast's territory to explain that she was leaving the ice plane. Before long, she returned. Few people dared to disturb the extreme north land, so there was nothing much going on here. Snow Empress also handed over her responsibilities. Let's go, Snow Empress called out. She looked reluctantly at the palace built of ice and snow. After all, this was her first home. Qian noticed her reluctance and advised, Snow Empress, if you like it, how about we build one in the small world? Snow Empress's eyes lit up, and she nodded, saying, okay. This palace was also built with Qian's help. What she truly wanted was the feeling of home, not just this cold palace. She now regarded Ice Empress and Qian as family. Wherever they were, that was her home. Qian retrieved Snow Empress into the divine artifact space, and then, using Zhu Zuqing as an anchor point, teleported back to Star Luo City. It only took him one day to go to the extreme north land and successfully break through to Spirit Emperor. The cultivation level of a Spirit Emperor was nothing significant in Spirit Hall. Dozens of agility attack system Spirit Saints from Spirit Hall were killed by Xiaowu using Tang San's hidden weapons. But in other places, a Spirit Emperor was considered a prominent figure, capable of serving as the dean of an advanced Soul Master Academy. And his age was only 13 years old. Chapter 179, Mind Reading Fails. After Snow Empress arranged affairs in the extreme north land, she settled down to cultivate in Qian's small world. Due to momentary fear, Ice Empress avoided a heavenly tribulation in Qian's small world, thus completely binding herself to Qian. Because she avoided this heavenly tribulation, when she cultivates to 500,000 years, the power of the heavenly tribulation will be even stronger, far exceeding that of an ordinary 500,000-year heavenly tribulation. So she can only cultivate in Qian's small world, continuing to avoid the next heavenly tribulation, and can no longer leave Qian. These past few days, Qian has also been consolidating his Spirit Emperor cultivation level at level 64. With his current spirit power, even without using spirit ability, his strength is not weak. A few days later, Qian's consciousness drifted and once again arrived at Sea God Island, possessing Bo Saishi. Bo Saishi was not in the Sea God Temple, but residing outside Sea Woman City. She had figured out the time Qian possessed her, so as soon as Qian opened his eyes, he saw a mermaid guarding nearby. It was Sea Woman Douluo. The two stared at each other for a while, and Sea Witch couldn't help but laugh. Because Bo Saishi had asked her to guard here, she had already figured it out. After Qian took control of Bo Saixi's body, he would always take advantage of her body. She had even witnessed it once. Now that she was guarding here, Qian had restrained himself a lot, which was exactly what Bo Saishi wanted. In Sea Witch's heart, Bo Saishi was no longer the high and mighty great priestess, she also had a normal side. What are you laughing at? Qian glared at Sea Witch, and in his mind, he fiercely ku-ku-ed her, letting her hear it herself with mind reading. Sea Witch indeed did so, because Bo Saishi had instructed her to quickly ascertain Qian's true identity. Sea Witch frowned. She found that she could no longer hear Qi Tian's thoughts. Using mind reading on Qi Tian was like using mind reading on Bo Saishi. If she forcefully read his mind, she might suffer a backlash. Are you the great priestess? Are Qi Tian? Sea Witch asked, puzzled. Qi Tian raised his handsome eyebrows. The intervals of his possession were so regular, Sea Witch shouldn't be unable to distinguish his identity. Your mind reading failed? Qi Tian asked. Sea Witch's last shred of hope completely extinguished. The person before her was clearly Qi Tian. However, she also developed a bit more interest in Qi Tian. This was yet another person whose mind she couldn't read. Interacting with such a person was much more interesting. She wouldn't see their dirty inner thoughts. Yes, how did you do it? Sea Witch asked. Qi Tian shook his head. How could he tell her? If the sea god knew about his affinity with the sea god deity position, wouldn't he be annihilated in minutes? The sea god was very vengeful and didn't really follow the rules. Like the Asura god and Rakshasa god, he would intervene in the Douluo continent. Since Sea Witch could no longer read his mind, he didn't need to bother dealing with her anymore. Where are you going? Sea Witch quickly asked, seeing Qi Tian leave. I'm going to the sea god temple. Qi Tian said. Sea god temple. Sea Witch's expression was strange. She didn't expect Qi Tian to be so bold as to control Bo Saixi's body and go to the sea god temple. No, this must be an excuse. He wants to send me away, then hide and take advantage of the great priestess. Sea Witch analyzed based on her understanding of Qi Tian. Remembering the great priestess's instructions, she quickly followed, and the two headed towards Sea God Mountain. Before long, the two arrived outside Sea God Mountain. He really is going to the Sea God Temple. Sea Witch exclaimed in surprise. The Sea God's light guarded that place, and even she usually couldn't ascend Sea God Mountain, so she could only watch Qi Tian go up the mountain. He shouldn't dare to do anything strange to the great priestess's body in front of Lord Sea God, right? Great priestess, it's not that I'm not helping, but I'm truly powerless. Sea Witch thought to herself. Qi Tian passed through the Sea God's light, ascended Sea God Mountain, and stepped into the dimly lit Sea God Temple. He went straight for the golden trident. I wonder if I can lift the golden trident now. Qi Tian thought to himself. He now had Sea God affinity, so he wanted to try if he could use it on the golden trident. If he could pull it out, perhaps he could take it away. His sea calming divine pearl was also a divine artifact and should be able to block the sea god's perception. Without the golden trident, even if the sea god passed on the god position to Tang San's strength would be greatly reduced. If the sea god still dared to pass down the god position, then he might have a chance to unite with Bibi Dong to snatch the god position. Anyway, he also had sea god affinity, so why couldn't he be the sea god? The golden trident was entirely dark, with relatively thin side blades on both sides. The central main blade was 2 feet long and half a foot wide, exceptionally broad, feeling like a sword. It was plunged into a stone platform, with the entire main blade embedded in the stone. This sturdy stone platform was like a piece of tofu in front of the sharp trident. What are you doing? Bo Saishi had a bad premonition. Qi Tian ascended the stone platform, which symbolized Sea God Mountain, grasped the golden trident with both hands, and pulled upward with force. Bo Saishi breathed a sigh of relief. She had tried it before. Even she, at level 99, had to use all her strength to budge this trident. And Qi Tian was using her body, so he couldn't do anything to the golden trident. Qi Tian pulled once, but the trident remained motionless. He then used the power of his spirit ring. Under martial soul possession, circles of spirit rings unfolded beneath his feet, greatly increasing Qi Tian's strength. Finally, the golden trident moved slightly. However, Qi Tian was only verifying some things this time, so he didn't continue and let go. As the sea god affinity still not enough. The golden trident's reaction clearly showed it didn't recognize him, so even if his spirit power was exhausted, he probably couldn't move it into the sea calming divine pearl. I need to continue doing missions. And increase my sea god affinity. Qi Tian thought to himself. Bo Saishi felt somewhat inexplicable, watching Qi Tian control her body and leave Sea God Mountain again. Bo Saishi. Do you want to leave Sea God Island and see the outside world? Qian asked. The outside world. Bo Saishi was startled. She wanted to very much. Except for completing the top 8 trials, she had never left Sea God Island. Even when performing the mission for the top 8 trials, she did it at sea and had never been to the continent. Her understanding of the continent came from when Spirit Hall attacked Sea God Island, and then to Limit Douluo arrived, from whom she learned about the continent. This was also one of the reasons she was attracted to Tang Chen. However, spirit masters on Sea God Island, once they accepted the Sea God's trial, could no longer leave Sea God Island. Unless there was a divine oracle from the Sea God, she would have no chance to see the outside world. Bo Saishi sighed, her tone firm. I am the great priestess of Sea God Island, serving Lord Sea God my entire life, and I will not leave Sea God Island. Chapter 180, Meeting Qian Runshui again. Qian shook his head. Even within her own sea of consciousness, Bo Saishi remained so cautious. Could the Sea God actually overhear the soul communication between the two of them? Moreover, Bo Saishi was not entirely pure, it was merely the faith cultivated from her youth that suppressed her humanity. Then let me ask a different question. If you could leave Sea God Island, where would you want to go? Qian asked. Bo Saishi fell silent, unsure if she was pondering the answer to this question or simply unwilling to answer Qian. Seeing that she did not speak, Qian continued, some interesting things have happened on the continent over these years, let me tell you about them. He wanted to ignite in Bo Saishi a desire to leave Sea God Island, making his subsequent mission easier and gradually eroding her faith in the Sea God. Otherwise, even if Qian sees the Sea God's heart, she would likely remain a fanatic believer of the Sea God once the Sea God issued her a mission. Fine. Bo Saishi finally spoke. She also wanted to see if she could deduce Qian's general identity through his storytelling. If she could leave Sea God Island, the first thing she would do, above all else, was to find trouble for Qian and break free from his control. This was also the reason for her silence just now. If she were to say this aloud, what would she do if Qian hid away? Qian found the sea witch waiting outside Sea God Mountain and returned with her to Sea Woman City. Among the recent interesting events, the most famous one happened 13 years ago. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, sons of the Clear Sky sect master, joined forces to kill the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji. The Spirit Hall was furious, and the current supreme pontiff led men to attack the Clear Sky sect, forcing them to seal off their mountain. If it weren't for the high priest of the Spirit Hall having an agreement with Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect, the Clear Sky sect would likely have been wiped out. Qian recounted the current state of the Clear Sky sect to Bo Saishi. Sure enough, there was a slight emotional fluctuation in Bo Saixi's soul. What? The Spirit Hall forced the Clear Sky sect to seal off their mountain. How is that possible? Bo Saishi could not believe it. Why is it impossible? Qian asked. Bo Saishi said, because the Clear Sky sect also has a spirit master as powerful as I am. How could they be beaten into such a state by the Spirit Hall? As a limit Douluo, she understood the power of a limit Douluo and therefore judged others by herself, believing that the Spirit Hall did not possess such capability. A single limit Douluo was equivalent to several level 96 titled Douluo. Do you think I am lying to you? Qian asked. Is what you said true? Bo Saishi asked. Yes, of course it is true, Qian said. Seeing that Qian did not seem to be making up a story, Bo Saishi finally believed his words. No wonder I haven't heard from him since his grandson came to Sea God Island to deliver a letter, Bo Saishi thought to herself. Do you know if that level 99 titled Douluo from the Clear Sky sect is still alive? Bo Saishi finally asked what she most wanted to know. She had not even realized herself why she hadn't mobilized outside forces to inquire about news of Tang Chen. Only now that Qian had brought up the Clear Sky sect did she finally remember the man who had once made her heart flutter. Qian nodded and said, he is still alive. Bo Saishi breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, then where is he now? This time, Qian kept her in suspense and did not continue, he only wanted to pique Bo Saixi's interest. Subsequently, Qian continued to talk about some things outside. Bo Saishi no longer dwelled on the matter of Tang Chen, but instead listened carefully to the stories Qi Tian told, wanting to find useful information within them. Qi Tian did not know that while he intended to use Tang Chen to pique Bo Saixi's interest in the outside world, that was not what Bo Saishi was thinking about. Leaving Sea God Island, the thing she wanted to do most was to find Qi Tian. Therefore, she wanted to capture information about Qi Tian through some clues. A day passed, Qi Tian left her body, and Bo Saishi finally regained her freedom. Is this Qi Tian someone from the Spirit Hall? Or someone from the Clear Sky sect? Bo Saishi thought to herself. Many of the secrets Qi Tian mentioned were simply not things an ordinary person could know. For instance, matters concerning Tang Chen and Qian Douluo could only be known by the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect. If I can leave Sea God Island, I must go to the Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect to see exactly who you are. Bo Saishi thought to herself. She recalled the humiliation Qi Tian had inflicted upon her. Her entire body had been touched by him. She was the high priest of Sea God Island. After all, how could anyone dare to treat her like this? Therefore, she could not let this grudge go unavenged. Heaven Do City, Crown Prince's mansion. After reading a secret letter, Qian Runshui's mood became heavy. I did not expect the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to have such an opportunity. She had received a secret report that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was contracting blacksmith shops to mass-produce a type of weapon that could greatly enhance the strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Spirit Empire's plan is about to unfold. I hope this matter regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will not affect our plans. She had already begun increasing the dosage of poison for Shui Yi, and in 2 or 3 years, Emperor Shui Yi would lose consciousness due to the poison. By then, it would be time for her to take control of the Heaven Do Empire, so she did not want any complications to arise. Qi Tian did not know that after he gave the blueprints for the silent sleeve dart hidden weapons to Ning Rongrong, it had been discovered by Qian Runshui. However, the power of those silent sleeve darts was not significant and would not affect the overall situation for Qian Runshui. At this moment, Qi Tian was debating whether or not to go see Qian Runshui and ask her to help him obtain the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. This Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud, which was the sea god's heart, was related to his mission and could not be ignored. Furthermore, he had once deceived Qian Runshui, leading her to believe that he was no longer in this world. If he appeared before Qian Runshui again, how would she view him, and would she still be willing to help him? Forget it, I must face it eventually. Qi Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, Qi Tian activated the divine descent skill bestowed by the system upon Qian Runshui. It's him. Qian Runshui suddenly sensed a familiar aura descending and ultimately agreed to Qi Tian's possession. Qi Tian descended upon Qian Runshui once more and immediately felt the difference in her. After a few years of not seeing her, Qian Runshui had transformed from a 12 or 13-year-old girl into a young woman in her early 20s. Under the effect of her disguise skill, her body had fully matured, reaching the peak state of her beauty. Qian Runshui remained silent for a long time. In the end, it was Qi Tian who spoke first. Shui, it's me. Qi Tian felt somewhat apprehensive. I know it's you, but didn't you return to your own world? Qian Runshui asked. Qi Tian did not control Qian Runshui's body, his consciousness had merely descended into her sea of consciousness. Qian Runshui's voice at this moment carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Qi Tian inwardly cursed, thinking it was bad, and after a moment of thought, he explained, yes, I returned to my own world. If you were in another world, then how can you still appear here? Qian Runshui asked. Qi Tian said, Shui, that is because you have also arrived in this world. My soul returned from the present to the past, and then attached itself to you. When I said I returned to my own world, I meant returning to the present. What? Qian Runshui was stunned. She recalled that when Qi Tian left years ago, he had used her head spirit bone skill to transform into his own appearance. That youth looked only a little over 10 years old. If what Qi Tian said was true, wouldn't he be a few years younger than her now?